Halo! A se slišimo? In kako se slišimo? Čau, čau, čau. Dej, malo povejte, če se slišimo. Vidimo, vem, da se, sem skoraj ziher. Mislim, zdaj, čez par sekund, 3, 2, 1. Ja, v nulo. A me kdo sliš? Super. Hvala, Maj. Ojla, Nija. Ojla, Andraš. Aljaš. Čau, Monika. Erik, Tina, Tinko, Alja. Nina. Ima svega. Imamo odlično povezavo, imamo zvok. The best. Sam še eno pahlačo rabim. Nija, česa si vesela? Jaz sem tudi ful vesela. Ne vem, zakaj sem sploh tako excited. Mogoče zato, ker je Johnny tako že zmagal. I don't care. Mislim, za nas je zmagovalc, a ne? Zdaj tako, itak tole se začne sicer šele čez pol ure na dejanskem sodišču. Zdaj pa čakamo Johnnyja pa Amber, da bojo vsi Johnnyja ful veseli, teli, ki ga čakajo, pa Amber bojo vsi ful zbujali, tako kot vedno, po mojem. Čau, Leja, čau, Lara, čau, Eva. Hello. A vam nekaj pokažem, kaj imam? I made this. Čakaj, se vidi. It's a mega pint. I couldn't. Čak, nekaj se je zgodilo. Kaj se je zgodilo? Aha. Ines Malek živjo. Ines se je subscribala in je zdaj alien. Čau. Ojla, Lara, ojla, Statič. Ojla, Karbinček. Ojla, Donko. Ojla, Ana, Zana, Žana. Svit. Jo. Glede na to, da sojenja še ni, oziroma bo najbrž čez slabe pa urce, če ne drugega zdaj lahko imamo kakšno vprašanje, pa debate, pa tako naprej. Anja, Javnik se je subscribala, živjo, welcome as a new alien. A ja, vsebina mega pinta, nima še vsebine, nekaj bom not nalila. Peter Weber, živjo. Ej, še to, vi ste ful zgodni. Tole danes bo giveaway tudi. Tole danes je giveaway tudi. In to za 3 ringlighte. Ne ta največji, ampak take približno tak. V glavnem bolj za TikToke pa to. Za 3 ringlighte. Vse dejansko morate narediti to, da meni pač, da ste name naročeni pa naročeni na Surfshark in imate od spotu od Surfsharka kanal link. To bom še 100krat vmes povedala, tako da. Ja, v glavnem, kdorkoli se subscribe, bomo opcijo dobiti ringlight in ringlighti so 3. Zdaj pa še kakšno rečemo, preden se dejansko začne. Lara, čau. Ne vem, kaj se grejo, samo jaz sem na strani Depa in ne na strani Amber. Vsi smo na strani Depa. Jaz ne vem, kdo je na strani Amber. Labelo sem dol pozabila. Labelo bi rabila. Shit. Ko sem smotana. Prašite kaj, rečemo kaj, analizirajmo zdaj sojenje, govorimo kaj o tem, preden dejan začnejo. Zato sem tukaj. Božaj je naredila video o horoskopih. Dvomem, ker me ful ne zanima to. Zvezdan Vidmar, welcome to Alien Gang. Like folk prahaja, je to že Johnny? Ni še Johnny. Ker če bi bil Johnny, bi se vsi ful bolj drli. Ja, mega pint si moram naliti. V bistvu, mislim, nam reklame delala je pa to cider. Mislim, je na osnovi vina, ok, tako da če že Johnny v megapintu vina govori, bom jaz tudi. Kaj bi rekla, kjeri so največji faili od Amber do zdaj? Fuck, ona je cel en fail, a se strinjamo? Amber je cel en fail. Moj megapint je poln, pa še fule lepe barve. Ha, the best. Na zdravje, kdor ima še svoj megapint, česarkoli. Čin. Največji faili od Amber, ja, verjeten, I stepped on a bee, pač halo. Ja, mislim, vsaj skoraj, kar je do zdaj povedala, je fail. Kje si brala, da je možno, da danes odločijo? Kakšni angleški članki, pa... Lejka ma. Kakšni angleški članki pa na TikToku, oziroma pa tudi le na liveu, če gledaš, folk zraven komentira, da je opcija, da se danes odločijo. To bi bilo po mojem primeru, da je njim kristalno jasno, ne vem, že nekaj časa in bi sam rekli, ja, pač nehajmo vleči, vemo, da je to pa to, ampak dvomam, no. Po mojem je bolj zakompliciran primer. Hvala, Klara. Martin Žitnik prav, jaz upam, da bo Deb zmagal in ne njegova bivša žena, tako da upam, da bo vse Debu vprit. Ker Amber tako laže in da je kao njem pes stopil na čebelo. To je največji fail od Amber. Zdaj tako, koliko ljudi je v poroti? 7 plus ba je še neke rezerve, to sem jaz prebrala. Zdaj glede na to, da Johnny tož Amber, zato ker je napisala članek in mu uničila kariero, torej gre za obrekovanje, je vse, kar more ona dokazati to, da se jo samo enkrat narobe dotaknil, kar more pa on dokazati, je pa, da se je ni nikdar niti dotaknil in da mu je pač uničila kariero za brez veze. Tako da hočem reči, da je velika verjetnost, da še vedno, olega Mad Hatter, da je še vedno velika opcija, da ona zmaga ali pa oba zgubita. Tako da mislim, da niti približno samoumevno, da bo Johnny zmagal. Žal, ampak realno on je po mojem svoje dobo. Ker po mojem vsako vlogo, ko je zdaj dobo, ki bo jih ogromno, bo po mojem on tako dar plačen, da mu je zelo vsem za teh 50 milijonov. Joški moški. Tudi take aliene rabimo. Hello? Bogdej. Danes je zadnjo sojenje. To danes pravzaprav ni sojenje, ker nikomor ne sodijo, zato ker ni prič, ni več novih dokazov. Danes je samo nekako... Obe ekipi se borita odvetnikov, ena proti drugi. Mislim, borita. Zadnje statemente dajeta. Zadnje prepričevanja poroti in sodnice, kako bi rekla. Da zadnje sunke od sebe dajo, če veste, kaj mislim. Klara, you're so cute. A misliš, da ima Amber veliko opcijo, da zmaga? Ja, Amber ima veliko opcijo, da zmaga. Ampak mislim, da glede na to, koliko je zafejlala na tem sodišču, je velika verjetnost, da oba zgubita, je po mojem še večja verjetnost. Je pa opcija tudi, da dobi razne kazni in zapor, ker je bilo toliko perjuryja. Je pa tudi opcija, se mi zdi, da bo še enkrat se mogla boriti s sodiščem v Angliji. Zaradi tega, ker oni zdaj ponovno grejo čez njene stare izjave in čez te izjave zdaj v Ameriki in ba je toliko neskladnosti, da bo mogoče mogla še enkrat tam dokazovati sebe. Kej, Johnny? A še že vem, nismo zamudali, ne? Kdaj se bo razvedlo, kdo zmaga? Danes ali pa v torek, se mi zdi. Danes je sicer moja majhna verjetnost, ker po moja porota še ne ve točen, kaj bi naredila. Kaj se zgodi, če oba zgubita? Honestly, nisem ziher. Mislim, da se nič ne zgodi, ker nima smisla. Pač noben ne bo nikomor nič plačal, če mene vprašate, ker je vrhunsko za Johnnyja. Mislim, če oba zgubita, če mene vprašaš, realno ona je zgubila, on pa ni. Mislim, ona si uničila ogled, ona je pa Ona si uničila ogled, on je pa as awesome as always. Pač vsi ga obožujemo, zdaj mislim, cel svet je na Johnnyjeve strani. Hello. Cheers. Megapint! Eva. Torej, danes ali v torek se pije. Tako je, lahko pa že z mano danes pijete en megapint. Ker pač, who cares? Johnny je naša legenda. Who cares? Zdaj sem še tako. fun to watch. Če kdo na nov prišel, mislim, ene 100 vas je že na nov od prejšnjič, ko sem rekla, ta stream je tudi giveaway za 3 manjše ring lighte. Če samo se naročiš spodaj na kanal, ki je linkan v opisu videa od White Sharka, že sodeluješ, pa pač valjda, da si name naročen. Ring lighte vsi rabimo v teh časih. Gledam malo od Kaja, pa malo od tebe. Aj Kaj, če tudi že začela. Ja, tako je, ne, pač, itak je to najbolj aktualna stvar trenutno. Nija ima kolesarski izpit. Dobar, ful lepo, da nimaš treme, da si tako pregledala stream, tako da srečno imaš to. Normalno, da smo vsi na njegovi strani, če se vidi, kako laže. Mislim, na Amber laže, ja, pač, to je bizarno, da je ni sram, res. Meni ta ženska tako... Problem teh narcisov pa manipulatorjev je, da so ves čas toliko prepričani vase, da so vsem najboljši, da sploh ne more dojeti, po moje, da dejansko kakšno škodo se je dejansko naredila. Ona po moje še vedno misli, da je polovica ljudi pretentala, ker misli, da je pač neskončno očarljiva. Kaj jaz vem, kaj je stari? To je bizarno. Kdaj se noč začne v sodišču? Mislim, da ob uri, se pravi ob 3, se pravi čez slabih 20 minut. Kako si moja najljubša youtuberka, res si legenda? Zakaj me sprašuješ, če sem legenda? Drugače sem pa super, res odlično. Ful sem fajn. Pa nisem zaradi sojenja, ampak tako. Pač life is good, poletje je. Everything is so nice. Hi, was the time to call you and I was wondering why you're so beautiful. Oh, cute. Kva se bo danes zgodilo, ker nimam pojma. Danes so zadnje, kako se že reče, poslednja bitka, no. Danes se ekipa od Johnnyja in ekipa od Amber se fajtata in zadnje izjave dajeta, da prepričata poroto in sodnico in to bo zanimivo. Da vidimo, na kaj se bojo najbolj obesali in bojo hoteli dokazati svoje. Imam češnje, like. Česne, pa čokolado, ker ne vem, koliko časa bom tu. Kje češnje kupujete? Kje ob cesti ali v trgovinah ali kje? Ok, in kdaj bo konc? Ne vemo, mislim, da imajo danes ful omejen čas, tako na mogoče max 4 ure, če se ne motim. A je to Johnny? A je bil to Johnny? Mogoče ni še. Ne, to po moje še ni bil Johnny, ker bi se bolj drl. Po moje bi se drl Dep, 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 Johnny, dep, dep, Johnny, Johnny, dep, 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 Johnny, dep, dep. Kaj imate na vrtu češnje? What the best? Češnje se kradejo. Ja, dejansko. Češnje se... A se reče rabutajo ali nekaj drugega? Zdaj po moje te pomemben folk prahaja. Dep, 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 Johnny, dep, dep, Johnny, Johnny. Ne vem, kva se derajo. To se ga random tovornakam derajo. Tako, tovornake gre random limem. Our hero, pač kva. By the way, a ne? Te ljudje, ki sedijo na sodišču v prvih vrstah, oziroma nasploh na sodišču, eni dajo tako po $30,000. I mean, fuck. $30,000. Češnje se obirajo, ne rabutajo. Ne, mislim, pri nas moja reče rabutajo. Tako pač, narečno. Kjera je tvoja najljubša barva? Zelena? All the way. Jaz sem še oblečena v zeleno. Zelena je pač priceless. Dobila sem po Instagramu, ta barva majčke ti ful paše. A ja, to je moja best friendica, sem da ima zdaj od psa Instagram, pa se ne moram navaditi. Vsak reče rabutanje, ampak slovnično je ubiranje. Ja, definitivno. Ampak je tako, kaj pač v kakšnih pesmih pa to češne rabutati. Ne, z mano češne zobati, to je. To sem imela prej v glavi, drugače pa rabutanje, ja. Jan Pance, fan je Team Amber. O moj bog. No sej, respekt, da imaš toliko jajc, da pač imaš drug pogled na situacijo. Olej, ta ženska mestga psa, kakor Johnny pa Amber, ki sta imela une terjerčke, veš, ki se je pokakal na poslo. Ne me basati, ta črnka ima tega psa. Ta skitka. Katere barve ne preneseš? No, vse mi je. Barve so cool. Vse, kjer barve ne prenesem? Barve so čist... Nimam osebnih zamer do nobene barve. Jan Pance, tole je pa kar sramotno. Ne, to ni Jan Pance, to je Jan Pance fan. Ampak ja. Jaz iskreno sam mislim, da kdor drži z Amber, ni lih spremljal, kaj se dogaja. Ali pa se pač ne poglobi to kot človeško psiho, da bi čutil, kaj se dogaja. Ne vem. Meni že cukor pada, pa nočem ko vsega pojesti, ker imam. Zeleni so alieni. Ja, sam res, zelena mi najbolj všeč, pa še alieni so zeleni, pa vse je zeleno. Tako da sem usklajeno. Ups. Kam naj pa zdaj to dajem? Kaj to je za ena epizoda za serijo? Doma ne vem, kaj sprašuješ. Alenka, ti delaš sama thumbnaile? Ja, se zgleda tako, ne? Sem pa všiti ponovati. Se ni važno, važno, da se dojame, kva hočem povedati. Kje si, Johnny, no? Koliko je ura? Še 12 minut do sodišča. Jaz jem pa Jimmy Fantastic. To je čokoladka? Koliko daleč bi se vi pripeljali na njihovem mestu? Koliko daleč bi se vi na njihovem mestu pripeljali, da bi lahko tako ob cesti Johnnyja gledali? Recimo, če živiš na morju, a bi šel za to v Maribor ali ne? Jaz ne vem, mislim, mogoče bi dobila nagon, kao ja, valjda bi šla, ampak drug stran bi ga pa videla sam čez okno na hit pomahat. I don't know. Čakaj, kaj? Koliko cajta ponovadi traja sojenje? Mislim, traja po moje tudi... nekdo gre. Hey, Johnny! Johnny, Johnny! Johnny, kako dober, look ga. Jo, kako cute! Glej, kako so veseli, sam da so ga videli. Kako cute! Dobro, verjetno še Amber prišla. Koliko časa traja? Ne vem, ponovadi tako je ne 8 ur, 9, tudi 10 se mi zdi. Včeraj pa ful malo, ponovadi tako 4 ure. Ker sta bila samo še bolj ta glavni Amber pa to. Kdaj bo naslednja epizoda za sojenje? Ja, zdaj, če bo še kakšna, bo verjeten v torko, bo dejansko konc, ko bo odločilno. A ja, zdaj Johnny šel verjeten ven iz avta in jim maha, to je fora. Johnny. Zdaj je on pač hod iz avta, lih tle odzad. Cute. Tap, Johnny, Johnny. Ful je smešen, kako to tako pridajo in pa je ful na hiter morajo not v sodišče in kuj se začne, tako ni zajbancije. Aha, le voznik je zdaj odpeljal. To pa vozniku magajo, veš, Koliko prič lahko vsak pokliče? Mislim, da ne gre za priče, gre za to, koliko ur imajo na sodišču na voljo. In zdaj od Amber, če se ne motim, jim je že zmanjkalo časovno, tako da po moje nima veze s pričem. Hej, Lenka bo shranila livestream, ker grem delat, ja. Bo gor ostal, ja, nimam razloga. Cute. Cute. Zahvaljujejo se kamermanu, ki zelo en krajem snema. Kaj, Žana, kaj hočeš? I want it. Ker vsi morate neki ene treninge, pa vaje, pa izpite imate vsi danes, kaj je to? Ja, zdaj grejo pa dam. Sojenje! Pardon. Jaz sem preveč excited za to, ko imajo eni dejanski življenjski podvig se rešiti z roke zakona. Zdaj bo Johnny prišel. Čakaj, zdaj gledajte to, ko bo Johnny prišel noter na sodišče in kako bojo vsi vstali, ki sedijo in kako mu bojo vsi mahali. Zdaj bo verjetno kmalu. To je najbolj cute stvar v lifeu. Pa pride Amber, pa noben ne jebe 5%. Full cute. Meni Amber ni všeč, tebi? Ne pač, Amber. O moj bog. Jaz, ko sem njo prvič videla, sem bila samo ono, fuck, ker lep. Ko je lahko človek to klep? Zdaj pa vse, ker je pač to, kako je to shitty, fuck ta poseba. Da bi saj delala na sebe, pa veš, ampak ona ni niti bliz te točke, da bi dojela, ej pač, uničujem saj life, pa vsem ostalim gremo k psihiatru, ne. Kje je Amber? Ni še Amber, aja, ti imaš res rad Amber, praviš. Lejte zdaj, kako bojo vsi vstali, ko bo Johnny prišel. Lej, kako se Ben, prav tako se mu klanja. Kako cute. This is so cute. Aja, ne, niso smeli vstati, ne smejo sploh vstati. Lej, kako si mahajo, lej, kako so cute. That's so cute. Jaz mislim, da je to res ena stvar, ki je na internetu na nas tako vplivala, da smo vsi skupaj stopili, ker pač praktično, sorry, jampance fan, ker praktično ni ljudi, ki pač niso za enega skupaj, mislim. Koliko je ura? Še 6 minut imajo. Jaz, če bi se priklonila pred kraljico Elizabeto. Ne, ker ni moja kraljica, mislim, to je kraljica Anglije, kaj ne je z njo. Johnny, Ej, a je Amber že not? Kdo je videl? A ne, zdaj po moja Amber, evo. A kva? Kdo misliš, da bo zmagal? Sprašuje Doman. Po moje, da bosta oba zgubila. Druga opcija je, da Johnny zmaga, ampak preveč je še zmer lukan v njunih zgodbah, oziroma glede na to, koliko Amber laže, tako da po moje bosta oba zgubila, ker je za enega po moje še vedno perfekt zmaga. lase ima spuščene, prvič po mojem. Tap, 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 Johnny, tap, tap, Johnny. Ena je celo ostala za njo. Ne vem, kdo to je. A je to res, da je oboževalcem spekel wafle? Ne? Mislim, zajebaval se je kao. Vsi mu ful mahajo, pa on vedno govori, da to niso fani, ampak so njegovi relatives, torej so rodniki. Kao, on smo zjutraj vsi skupaj wafle jedali, pač zajebancija. Ker težko sprejme, da je nekdo njegov fan, ne, se to je cute. Upam, da me ne bo skozi lulat. Ne se kregati za to, kdo je komu všeč, ali Amber, ali who cares, nikaj ne kregati, mislim, pač kakor komu pašeš, sej. Važno, da ti verjameš, kar verjameš. Da verjameš, da si na strani pravice, ne. Lepa flaša, hvala. Zdaj smo imeli na Aleji gor neko praznovanje in... Ja, smo imeli neko praznovanje, pa smo to na koncu dobili. Tako, ful je huda flaša, ja. Jan, meni je tudi, mislim, Jan pa se fan, meni je tudi Amber noro lepa, sam nič ne pomaga pri tok grdmo karakterju, čist nič. Kje pa je pravica? Mogoče bomo zato sojeni en mesec, da se je lahko kdorkoli sploh odločil, ki naj bi bila pravica. Zdaj pa dejansko je pa 100% resnica, pa žal verjetno nikoli ne bomo vedeli. Jaz ful to vse načela. Willy Wonka imamo v komentarjih, za One Night Stand je še dobra. Mislim, če hočeš malo psiho noči, malo take nevarne, pa če si malo sadomazo, pol je po moje Amber idealna izbira. A veš. If you like to play dangerously. Kdo je bolj kriv? Mah, ne vem, kakor za koga, le, ampak zame je že od štarta, odkar sem njune prepire slišala, mi je zelo jasno, da je to, da je Amber neko manipulatorski zmaj, tako res zloba, utelešena zloba. Bog je Johnny, no, res. A verjameš ljubljanskega zmaja? Glede na to, da sem v njemu vedela 3 legende na pamet, ko sem še delala v eni taki trgovinci z rokodelskimi izdelki, pol nekako vem, da je legenda in nam lih verjela vanga. Tako ne, a veš, v kleti dol ga imam zaprtga sketno zavezanga. Weird joke. By the way, včeraj sem gledala film Alice Through the Looking Glass, v bistvu nadaljevanje Alice in Wonderland. Meni je to en najljubših filmov nasploh in od Johnnyja in tle mi je on amazing noter, tako da sem to včeraj gledala. It was beautiful. In me res zanima, kera bo zdaj naslednja njegova vloga, pa koliko bo plačan pa vse, pa koliko se bojo grebali za njega, pa kam bo šel, glede na to, da noče več Warnerjev obrazov, pa k Disneyju. A že kdo ve, se kaj premislil glede tega? Jaz nisem sure. Kaj pa, če Johnny laže? Pa ne vemo, mislim, ne vem, jaz nisem za nobenga. Zna bi, da oba zgubita, ampak... Tako je, tudi če Johnny delno laže, vsi možni dokazi do zdaj in vse, kar smo mi slišali. Zdaj, če si to spremljal res od začetka do konca in gledal dokaze, fizične dokaze in to, koliko ona laže, jaz tudi, če bi on recimo 30%, ki jih je dobro skril, prelagal, mi je vse en, ker je ona pa 99% prelagala, a štekate. Zame je on zmagovalc, tudi če ne vem, kaj je vmes naredil. Tudi jaz sem bila del odnosa, kjer so batine letele, ker sem bila jaz plava in pač se je bilo treba braniti. In tudi če je on kaj od tega kdaj naredil, make sense. Tako da, tako, tehtamo, ne. Kaj si že gledala Top Gun 2? Maverick, ne, nisem. Nisem. Judge Penny.
Good morning. Do you have any matters before the jury? up to here? Okay. Fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up, Lisa.
Da slišimo, kaj se sploh dogajalo danes.
Just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the deb and heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Porota tudi pride danes. Čau, sem drugačno, si že čez 300, what the fuck. Če mislim, da Johnny res ne bo šel nazaj k Disneyju, iskreno teh biznis stvari se ful ne ukvarjam in ne vem, tako da če kdo ve, ne napiše. Koliko pogosto si pereš lase? Enkrat na 4 dni približno. Ta penny man to cute. Koliko časa traja sojenje, ne vem, danes po mojem ne bo dolgo, na 4 ure, po mojem. Zdaj stojijo zato, ker not prihaja jury, pač porota, so najbolj pomembni pri tem sojenju.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay? Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I instructed you in the beginning of the case, so I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right, as to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room.
Ok, torej da povzamem, da nam tih, danes je tako, da morata obe strani odvetnikov, se pravi obe ekipi morata predstaviti dokaze za nazaj, pa ne tako, da jih še enkrat grejo čez, ampak tako, da porota je zdaj odvisna sama od sebe, ali jim verjame, ali pa se sama spomne točno, kaj vse je bilo že povedano in pokazano na sodišču. In to je njihovo navodilo. Torej, navodilo od 7-članske porote je to, glede na njihov spomin, kar so že slišali, pa glede na to, kaj jim danes v argumentih predstavijo odvetniki. Pa nekdo je napisal od vas, da bo to trajalo samo 2 ure? Pojma nimam.
You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material.
Zdaj jim predvsem govori samo, da ne smejo biti pristranski, se reče, tako ne smejo čustvo upletati, ko sodijo, ne smejo simpatije vmešavati in tako naprej. Kje sem kupila led lučke, popularko?
From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications...
Meni se ful smilta drugače odvetnika od Amber, ker sta si po mojem malo uničila kariero, ker pač kako da fakt boš zmagal z osebo, ki ti to laže.
Mr. Depp is entitled to recover. What is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Ms.
Maja, ne spemat, sem videla, mogoče bo kdaj, ja.
1. Did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions.
Martina, ki pravi za te SMS od Johnnyja, veš kaj je, ko imaš nekoga, ki je toliko zloben do tebe, je to, da je on toliko razpičkan, da je v njeni smrti govoril, meni osebno še vedno najmanj, kar mu je lahko frustracija ven vse kar. Čisto.
And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt...
Zdaj po moji tako večer samo obnavljajo, zakaj je sploh se šla tožba. To zdaj še ni del, ko se dejansko odvetniki med sabo oziroma prepričujejo poroto in sodnico, tako da. Kako se vam da to gledati? Ja, mislim, kdaj je noro zanimivo, kdaj imamo manj to, ker zdaj sodnica nekaj lapa ni tako zanimiv. Zdaj čakamo, da se začnejo elaborirati med sabo. Sej pravim, ali jaš tudi tole, kar zdaj govori, meni tudi zakompliciran dejansko, tako da basically je obnavljajo, kaj je sploh tožba in kaj mora kdo dokazati, da se lahko na koncu odloči lažji porota in to je to. Ful vas sprašuje, kaj se je sploh zgodilo. Pri meni imate video na YouTubeu in milijon, zdaj nikakor jaz to ne moram na hit obnoviti. Pač, basically, Amber je malo zmešana. To je to. Drugače pa na zdravju vsi, ki imate pri sebi mega pinte za ta dan.
If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one
Amber je danes oblekla skoraj belo, ne belo, ampak sivo, pa malo bele, da bi bila čim bolj nedolžna. Koliko ima lahko vsak odvetnikov? Ne vem, po moje toliko, ker se jih prvošč. Johnny jih ima zato več, recimo, ker je vsak specializiran za določeno stvar, ali pa ga pripišajo v tisti priči, ker nekako se jim zdi, da bi skupaj pasala, tako kot so dali Camille k Ambera, ne, zaradi tega, ker sta nekako ful dober kombo realno, ne. Medtem, ko Amber s moj ne more toliko prvoščati, ima pač dva. S tem, da te dosta pa konc koncev tudi moj ful bolj zjebana, ker ne morata handla toliko časa, toliko kvalitetno, kakor teh od Johnnyja, ne, koliko je 5-6.
You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement, and she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling in the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number two, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number three, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And four, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number five, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the five elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that number one, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement.
Kaj še kdo vidi ta mrtev pogled od Amber? A ona kdaj ni imela mrtev pogled? Ona meni še na intervjujih, kaj je, veš, ko odgovarja, pa ko govorijo, ima tak pogled, da ni prisotna, veš. Ne samo, da ji oči begajo skozi okrog, ampak da besedno, da ni osebe noter. Da sprot prilagaja karakter momentu, kater ustreza, pač skoraj fucked up. Vesel pozdrav vsem skupaj, Gucci mama, tebi tudi živa. Kva ti kaj, kva vi kaj? Jaz čakam, da se začne bolj zanimiv del tega. Oops. Megabind. Da se vidi.
He or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless...
Živijo Donko, živijo Riba Slovenija. A se še ni začel? Po mojem glaven del še ne.
You must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication. You should consider if these circumstances show that...
Dokler se ni nič pametnega. Ta video je istočasno giveaway za 3 ring lighte. Manjše take, bolj za telefon pa za TikTok je pa to, ampak za 3 ring lighte, torej 3 boste dobili ring light, samo odspad se naročite na kanal White Shark pa na mojega valjda. In to je to, in ste že noter in sodelujete. Full freaking simple. Jaz imam 2 ring lighta doma, ta velika. Češnje imam. Martin, zaključ se tole v tork. Najkasnej ja, najkasnej. Baje obstaja manjša opcija, no, da že danes se odločijo. Ampak dvomam. Meni prav dol teče, presežem, školiko je vroče. Dal bi ti zadnjo češnjo. Kdo je pa Janko? Gnile češnje imam. Vsaka tretja je gnila.
The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another.
Ne, nisem mokra, zato ker gledam Depp je Depp je meni legenda, ni mi pa spet toliko privlačen. Dajte začeti, no.
Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content
Boga, kako mora to brati.
intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication.
Uporabi ventilator, če ga imaš biga, ampak bo poiskal ta zvok. Klima spodem v štuku in ne pride do gor. A bo dobila električen stol? Misliš si, ja. Mislim, zakaj je v tem čatu toliko podpornikov Amber? Ne štekam.
An attorney has express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything
Oh my
necessary
God.
to the purpose for which he was obtained. Ms. Hurt has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Wallman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Wallman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth.
Amber Heard je Jezus pod krinko. Odkje ti ta ideja?
Each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as their opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists.
A zdaj kdo meni razloži, kva sploh delajo toliko časa?
Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely.
Mislim, edin, kar jaz zdaj štekam, je to, da dajejo neskončno navodil poroti, kako naj se odloča. To je vse, kar jaz zdaj vem, da se dogaja, ampak naj za kva tako dolgo.
The weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, their relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact and data upon which
Have some food and a mega pint.
An expert witness was asked whether statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets are reliable authority of a type normally relied upon by others in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge, accuracy, and opinions of the expert witness. And if such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you.
Kva, Johnny Depp se vrti na stolu. Trenutno sicer ne, ampak verjamem, da se je. Hey, by the way, Johnny ima prsten in na tem prstenu piše truth, pač resnica, tako full cute.
On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience. During the trial of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight.
Amber, ti izgleda zadrugirana, Amber, jaz zadrugirana, mislim. Tudi če ni trenutno, je po mojem še za nazaj.
When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and necessary inferences.
Kaj za komentarji se zgodili? Ste vi v redu?
He or she cannot rely on other evidence in
Sploh ne morem, sploh se mi ne splača benat, ker jih je preveč čudnih. Tako imate prav nek tak seksualen monolog, ampak full wrong.
His or her testimony in the light of any explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Hurt, previously made a statement with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is
Nekaj bom dodala v...
It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe in the evidence that Ms. Hurt or Ms. Depp recently made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed the witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. As a result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements, and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly...
Dodala sem nam eno...
Number one, any loss or injury to his or her business.
Dodala sem nam še eno pričo, ki ni pričala. My dog's stuck to the beat.
And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused...
Fuj. Gnila češnja, direktno od sem ugrizala. Zakaj so vse gnile?
The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory.
Kaj se dogaja z vašo debato? Jaz ne vem. Je to neka nova moda? Nekateri smo malo posebni, vidim. Samo da se razumete med sabo. Ja, vem, ali jaz stari ne vem, kaj tako bluzijo. Meni tudi si žmal. Po moje na tej točki bolj zmedeš poroto, kakor da ji daš navodila. To je zdaj 23 minut sam navodil. Chambers ga bi moral zapor zaradi perjury. Odvisen, kaj bojo sploh obtožili. Česar se jaz bolj veselim, je to, da jo baje hoče sodišče v Angliji poklicati nazaj, oziroma obstaja možnost, da jo poklica. Lejke odvetnica Johnnyja zdaj. Je možnost, da jo pokličejo nazaj, ker zdaj ponovno pregledujejo njena pričanja in kaj je govorila. Konc je! In možno, da mogla nazaj se zagovarjati, ker so najdeli neskladnosti. To bi bilo vrhunsko. In če jo tam obtožijo, da je karkoli zajebala, ne bo mogoče več imela vstopa v Anglijo. Pač halo. Ok, gremo. Go Camille, go Camille. Legenda.
No, you had it for a second.
Good morning. Thank you.
Dobro jutro, ja.
Good morning.
To smo prav obrnjeni proti poroti.
2016. Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex-party restraining order against Mr. Depp. And in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was the survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks.
Колко им
We
урит лезе?
understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate.
Likewise, jaz ne vem, kaj se dogaja v chatu, tako da ne bom komentirala, ker ne handlam jaz takih debat, ne vem sploh, kaj se dogaja. Pa ne ljub se mi vsak posebej, ne vem, kje imam moderatorje. Moji moderatorji niso prisotni in presebni. V bistvu jih sploh nimam, ne vem, če jih imam. I don't know.
Even more than that,
Mental broke.
what is at stake at this trial is a man's
I don't know.
the life that he lost when he was accused of heinous crime, and the life he could live when he was finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph.
Yep.
And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st,
Kakšen poker face ima Amber.
2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see.
Čak bom dala za moderatorja. Kranca sem ne treba pridelati, jaz vas ne poznam osebno. Če ne pa odstranim. Hvala, če boš pomagal.
2 years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face.
Koliko moraš biti to sik? Koliko moraš biti poln sam sebe, da verjameš, da ti bo vse to ratel, brez da te kdorkoli ujame? Ever.
But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard.
Ful lepo govori, ful lepo.
Has shown that Ms. Heard is in
Kurja
fact
koža.
the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their
I
relationship.
didn't know naked.
And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable. Never thought that she would have to face.
Zakaj ne kaže porote? Ne vem, ba jaz v tem primeru anonimni. Ne bomo zvedeli.
She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
And I know it's a fair fight. And see how these people believe or find you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening
Kjera
statement on
prasica.
behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made
Skovaj tudi zdaj moderator, jaz to kar dodajam, sploh ne kaj fora. Več pa ne bom, zdaj pa...
violently constantly afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive.
Kaj se dogaja s tem očetom?
You heard from Dr. Shannon Kirby, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder.
Koliko časa bo to trajalo? Po moje zelo malo, tako 2 ure do 4, max, ne vem koliko, malo.
Characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger.
Kak ste čarovi danes?
Desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically
Kako Amber gleda z dvignjeno glavo. Sej ni govoril meni.
And aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, we saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant.
To, kar se dogaja z Amber, se dogaja s chatom. Yep.
You also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat.
A bo danes odločen, kdo bo zmagal? Zelo majhna verjetnost, da danes verjeten v torek.
Best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly
Stari Amber je vse tepla po
that
vrsti.
she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again.
Kakšno faco dela, stari, to je nerealno, pač Amber.
Leaves the fight,
Koliko je ta človek brez morale, pa brez,
and she couldn't stand it when he did.
brez vesti.
You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recording how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp was split.
Anytime anything goes wrong in a split, I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. We split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would claw at Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there. She would rather be in a fight.
Maruša, ne vem, PMS-am in sem lačna non-stop, ne moram pomagati, sam jedlavi skoz.
Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp.
Me prav zanima, kako bo govorila Elaine pa Rottenborn, ker res ne znata lepo govoriti. Pač Kamil je carica.
This whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement and she wasn't in his will.
A jo Johnny Depp urit gleda?
A month after getting married.
Mogoče malo.
When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him. Because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's just to get out of a bad situation.
least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me.
To escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight.
You escape the solution.
You escape the solution. You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Miss Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious...
Ne, Maja, to se zaključi zdajle v torek ali pa že danes celo mogoče.
She denied it under oath to you.
Ja, Amber se konstantno smeje, čeprav normalna žrtev se nikdar, niti enkrat ne bi. By the way, za to pisavo so potrdili, da je njena, mislim, oni se ukvarjajo s tem.
Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Depp testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm.
Kdo ima boljšega odvetnika? Johnny ima najboljše odvetnike na svetu. Celo ekipo, Amber ima pa samo 2.
A cigarette lighter on a plane. A soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Miss Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's island, who witnessed Miss Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely.
Fuck,
You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Miss Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves, on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp.
Že to je dost.
Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
Dejstvo je, da če bi Amber vsaj realne zgodbe imela, da bi rekla 2 specifična primera, kjer jo je on udaril, bi pol sveta verjeli, takole pa ne moreš, ne moreš.
I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You don't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
That you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
For punching me in the jaw.
I didn't, okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I didn't mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted. And
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
Fuck. Koliko je ta ženska brzadeta?
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah,
Oh, when you fucking have a close...
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you. What am I supposed to do? Do this?
Kuk, da sam sebi dopoveduješ, da je to cool.
You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby. You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny. I did start a physical fight.
You did, so I had
Because,
to fuck out of there.
yes, You did. You did the
Prav
right thing.
vse
the big
prizna.
thing.
Vse.
You were admirable.
Prav vse prizna. To je taka manipulacija.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you.
Fuck.
Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
Koliko Johnny zdaj kima tako, yep. Fuck. Psycho alert.
No,
I'm sure she's.
I played glass. It's so disgusting.
I'm sure she's trained.
No,
You're right, John. It's all about.
I'm right. I don't regret.
What else are you? Oh, come on.
Koliko je ta ženska psiho? Fucking bee.
No, I wanted to know.
Yeah, you got
Gonna wait me. Go get it. Wait, is there no other place for you to bring your 1500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does. Go. Run away.
This is the real Miss Heard. The one in the audio recordings. Not the one you saw in this courtroom.
Kako je
What you
pogledala?
did hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist.
Ja, Gal, kdo je kriv, to se zdaj odločamo že en mesec, tako da bomo videli, kako se odločijo, čeprav itak vsi verjamemo Johnnyju. Je pa Johnny tožil njo, ker mu je pač unišla live. Z lažmi.
You never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol.
Ja, Amber spet čečka, ona bo vsakič, ko proba jezo potlačiti in skrit pa čečka, ker ne ve, kva bi sama sabo.
Not deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Miss Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Miss Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard...
Sej to si predstavljate, da je to vse ona snemala, ka pravite, da ni fora in se je zajebala. Ona dejansko ima toliko zblojeno v glavi, da ne dojame niti koliko je fucked up in koliko to navzven še zmer fucked up izpade. In sama je to, pač, to je narciska, ne dojame koliko je
For
fucked up.
almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016,
Točno
she
6
had a
let
domestic
nazaj.
violence restraining order against Mr. Depp. She did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The
Fuck.
evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Miss Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing.
Kjer psiho je. En je rekel, da si zasluži električen stol, jaz ne bi rekla v lifeu, da si zasluži električen stol, jaz bi prvo šla, da, jaz osebno, da zgubi celo kariero, da ne dobi več ene vloge v lifeu, da je prisiljena pod ene 300 ur psihiatrične pomoči in zapor. Tako nekako.
Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Imamo zdaj pauzo. A ja, to.
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities.
Pa še to ni darovala, stari
And the
moj.
Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital,
Jaz da vam samo rečem, ka lahko plis skupinsko ne gremo Aquamana gledat, če bo ona not. Ka plis lahko ne, ker pač ne.
she donated everything. Because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated.
Not.
And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was
Martina, detektor laži ne deluje na ljudeh, se konstantno lažejo in nima smisla. Prej bi Johnny obal, ker ni umislil.
She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill.
A sam meni zgleda odvetnica od Amber, tako da sem čaka, da je konc, ker že ve, da pač it's fucked up.
She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Death sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. After the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Death for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Death filed his lawsuit. Not only did
Ej, Ana, upam, da res neha igralsko kariero, pa marsikero drugo kariero.
that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Death to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
Koliko njej dali se, ona je tako brez vesti, ona se sposobna zdaj smejčkat. Až ker tudi, če bi bila ona dejanska žrtev, se nisi sposoben takole smejčkat, ker veš, da imaš konc lajfa. Pač ne bi se smejal, normalno človek se ne bi smejal, ali zmaguje, ali zgubla pač.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a
Čau, Valentin, medaljena.
organization, non-profit organization.
It's heard in a lie. She tries to cover up with more lies.
Kako je to
Let's
fucked up.
talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case.
Kjera je največja laž?
Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster
A ja.
and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse.
Ana, pa je, da ji tele odvetnike predlagal Elon Musk. Ne vem, zakaj je on to zgrešil.
She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated.
Alenka, a je Amber bogata? Mislim, ker jaz njo spremljam zaenkrat, po moje, ima tako 5 milijonov na banki, in če ji kdo kaj pomagal ali pa dol. In če bi slučajno zgubila in bi mogla 50 milijonov mu dati, gre pač oseben bankrot, definitivno, ja.
She told you what she thinks you need to hear.
Živijo, Nate Svogrins, hello.
As a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times. over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal. Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there is nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping.
Ja, Beatrice.
Pictures of cocaine.
To je vse, kar ima Amber dokazal. Super, res, izjemna si.
And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes?
Ni jih ne, ker se ni zgodilo kaj.
Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you see...
Škoda mi samo, ker najprej od Johnnyja govorijo, ker vedno ostane bolj spomenuti, zabojo pa od Ambera, ne?
That based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who was apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings.
Darinka Kodrić, welcome to Aliens.
Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard.
Ja, zdaj to je od Amber odvetnica Camille, ona je krasna.
Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately.
Maja Krasnigriuja medaljene.
The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to...
Peter, po moje, moški znajo slepi ratati, če gre za to lepo
That
žensko.
said, hasta la muerte. Until death.
Stala muerte.
To the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
Oh my god, stari moj.
Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big...
To je Johnny odvetnica, da. Če ga zagovarja.
According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face.
Leke prav zumirajo njegove prstene zdaj.
Seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one.
Exactly. Niti enga samega fucking normalnega dokaza nima.
2013, when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Mislim si, Lana že skozi gre, meni je bila Amber na začetku ena najlepših žensk na svetu. Mislim, zdaj mi ni več itaka, ne? Ampak včasih pa ja.
She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like.
Ja. Kao tukaj, ki bo ona mogla biti popolnoma razbita, pa imeti črnico na hrbtu, ona zgleda tako, ja. Super.
Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries.
Ej, exactly. Ajda, če bi vsaj malo premislila, vsaj to, ampak ona pa je tako ponosna, tako misli, da je amazing, da ji ni treba, že preprosto šlo vse kar čez. To je tako, Johnny pa vas bogi zrank, se prav vidi, da je bil fajt sam pač. Kdo je koga, a ne? Bogi, res bogi.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress.
Tukaj naj bi kao z nogo stopil na hrbet, oziroma jo s kolenom dol tlačil. Of course.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame.
Ja, pa neči ni, a ne? Mislim, krvi ni.
And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed.
Ja, še nož je gor.
And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows.
Oh, bad. Ker tako so verjetno poslo razbila, ne? Ker ne moreš take posle razbiti brez da je leto, ne? In spojen nož uporabil.
And here's what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or 2 afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described.
A ne, ker Black Eye pa traja
Ms. Heard didn't take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question.
Fucking
consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified
pa
to?
smeje se skozi, kako je to fucked up.
Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp
Kamil je prav goals, a veš.
cutting his own finger off,
Business goals.
dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle.
Kje je zdaj to spomnila
Claimed that she
ženska?
had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from
Zdaj spet igra žrtev, a veš, ona je zdaj čist boga. Oh my god. Ampak zdaj bo
What
konc.
did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep.
A bunch of sleeping
The next
pills.
morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury. You heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident.
Saj ne bo zmagala, no, res ne bo, valjda na odeno. To je bilo fucked up. Bosta pa verjetno oba zgubila.
That she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no request for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up.
Lahko oba zgubita, ja?
That's because there was a monster
Ker bi bilo
in the
top
house
za
in
Deppa, ker
Australia.
je
It
sam
wasn't
dobil
Mr. Depp.
stvari,
It was Ms. Heard.
ugled pa vse.
Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a block.
To, ko vsi pišete, da je Johnny vsem za denar, najbrž ne, ker je bil že prej v bankrotu, pa verjetno tudi zdaj nima veliko keša, ampak bi pa kmalu dobil nazaj z vlogam, oziroma ima v roku parih let, tako da ni idealno.
Bottles on the ground, and trails of blood drops on the floor, and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around.
Koliko različnih zgodbic je povedala.
Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle raid in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case.
Zdaj bo komedija, ki pride na vrsto od Amber, sodnica ali pa oba, ona dva, koliko bo to bad, pač, ko bo to lapala.
For purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house,
Oh my God.
and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes,
Oh my
and left
God.
Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it.
Oh my God, ta ženska je fucked up.
Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events.
Ja,
She's
Whitney je edina, res.
And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard
Kamil
who threw
Fular
Mr.
govori.
Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's 2 middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp.
Kako jaz ne moram te face od Amber. Fucking hate.
And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Hurd has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Dumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Hurd has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation.
Še to, kar ima je
These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Hurd's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Hurd testified the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Hurd could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place.
Lol.
It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple...
Good point, ja. Amber ima sam srečo, da ni nikoli imela takega partnerja, ki bi jo udaril nazaj, ker bi jo po moje polomil, mislim. Če pa ona prišla v stik z enim njem podoben, bo po moje ubijeta, ne?
Who saw Ms. Hurd on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark.
V tork bojo zaključali, če slučaj ne bojo danes, mislim. Danes verjetno ne bojo, v tork bo.
After Ms. Hurd walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurd was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Vse njene črnice ful hitro izginejo, tak nek poseben postopek imajo ohranjanja in izginjanja. Koliko je to fucked up, da je ženska, saj tisto modrico si narišče že lažeš, koliko je to težko, če greš v javnost, koliko je ona mislila, da je noben na vdobu. V tork ne vem, če bo stream. Možno je, ja? A bi ga imel?
You can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it.
Exactly, all of it or none of it.
Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Hurd with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Hurd got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
Exactly. Pardon. Ona bi vse
rekla. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Hurd would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Hurd or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Hurd or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins,
full powerful je, kad tako naštevaš, full je...
Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Erin Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight.
Jaz če bilo, Johnny bi zdaj že jokala, ker je tukaj lepo povedala.
Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Hurd testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence, weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Hurd's story.
Very nice, Camille, very nice.
It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Hurd to hold herself out as a public
pa Camille je spet čisto bela, to je ta power move of innocence.
It was defamatory and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend.
Benču! Sorry, on je meni ful všeč, mislim tako všeč, pač le koliko je cute, no, en škraten palček, mislim vrten palček, sem zdaj malo pred zrastu. So fucking adorable. On bi bil tako najbolj cute stric. Akvat, šef, ne. Res si car. Hej, Nina. Nisem mislila, da bo še kdo govoril, ampak očitno bo, mislim z njene strani. Res nimate za dve bubice. Joj, no. Kako mi ga je Amber na živce, lek se kar smeje, pa listke pošila, pa až kaj je prej jokala od travme, zdaj pa smeje spet. Fuck off. Underdog.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary.
Scary!
We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp. Nothing.
Ja, čisto možno, da se je ona pred sojenjem narisala to modrico, rekla, da je 6 let stara, itak ne ve, kako delujejo, ker nikoli ni imela.
We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp.
Jaz presežem, da ko gledam Elaine, tole odvetnico od Amber, se mi zdi, da ji žre žal, da je sploh na tej strani. Lej to faco, pravno.
Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house, so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable.
Kaj bi se pa zgodilo, če bi zmagala Amber? Ja, pač zmagala bi, mislim, ker je fuknjeno, ampak...
To the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be...
Ma to, ko ne bi bila odvetnica žena, fenica od Johnnyja, se mi zdi, da je una slika, ki je bila, da je kao ona... Da je fenica Johnnyja po moje fake, no. Mislim, ne more biti to res ona, halo.
But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he...
Če bi se jaz pogovarjala z Amber, ja, definitivno, da vidim, kva mora to človeka v glavi pred. Itak ne dolg, ker bi se mi zmešala, ampak bi pa probala.
The Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked...
Ta ženska na levo, ki jo vidite, by the way, je sestra od Johnnyja. Christy, po mojem.
Figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together, and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too.
Zdaj, če je Ezra Miller res to počel, jaz sem sam nekaj na hit slišala, sej ne veš, kdaj to dejansko vam pride, pa kdaj ga nekdo toša, ne? Čas res dolgo traja, tako tle 6 let.
Never testified in any proceeding, ever, a very private person, testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you...
Objection, Your Honor. That Ms.
Ma že objections. To nisem vedela, da je zdaj to možno. Je pa najbolj cute od vsega mi, od Johnny odvetniki več čas te bombončke jejo in ba jaz se je zgodil, pač sladkarije imajo in jih skozi jejo. In se ba je zgodil en moment, ki je tako bil full power move, ki je Ben Chu, tako zdaj govori, da od Amber odvetnikam bombone.
Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
Exactly.
We just discussed that.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still out. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny them. We told you that in the opening statement.
Exactly, sploh ne skriva slabosti.
He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser.
Koga bojo zdaj zaprli? Ne vemo, še čakamo, da se porota odloči. Porota se pa odloči verjeten v torek. Danes je tudi možno, sem pa dvomim. Eno vprašanje za Lenko, misliš, da bi sojenje moglo se takole prenašati živo ali tako kot ponavad? V tem primeru, ja, v živo, ker gre za cel svet, da vemo, kdo je tle bad, pa kdo je good, pač definitivno cel svet. Mislim, ne da bi se mogel, ampak je čisto cool, da se. Itak gre za njivno gledanje.
And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national...
Ta je tako filozofska, kaj to gledamo, zakaj to gledamo, who are we, who are you, what is life? Ne vem, meni je najbolj zanimiva drama ever, oziroma mogoče zato, ker mi je toliko mar za pravico dobrih ljudi v tem primeru. Res sem prav fucking John zmaga, presežem, da imam žurko.
Jump Street, which is something you heard Mom on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence, or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable.
Za vse, ki ste na nov, pa prej niste slišali, ta video je istočasno giveaway. Spot v opisu videa je link, sam followate oziroma se naročite na kanal Whiteshark in avtomatično sodelujete v giveaway za 3 ring lighte. 3 ring lighte. 3. Se pravi, 3 dobitniki so.
Throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed...
To ni fuzbal tekma, ne moraš vedeti, kdo zmaguje, edin, kar je pomembno, kaj se dogaja v glavah porote, mi pa njih niti videti ne moramo, kaj šele vedeti, kaj se dogaja v njihovih glavah, pa da ne vem. It's not a race.
As opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications, Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of politics.
Veš, tako, centimetri manjkajo, da bi se videl, kaj Amber piše. Pa je za ne vid.
Was devastating. Quote,
Jaz bi pico, oh my god, pica me zapasala.
Claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement. A movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes.
David Zaplater je danes doniral. Pa ne vem, kdaj meni to ne pokaže in se ful opravičujem, ampak David Zaplater, kadarkoli da fakt si doniral, hvala. Legenda, upam, da ste vi videli. Oziroma Puščavar je to. Puščavar je nickname, sorry. Zdaj mi je to tlep sporočila na telefonu. And I'm so sorry, da ne vidim kuj. 23 minut nazaj. Hvala. Zdaj pa nazaj to lahko prežgem. Hvala. Hvala. Upam, da si še slišal.
There's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And
A veste, kaj bi sam rekla?
An expert in internet and social media analytics
Da bi nekdo toliko zlorabljal Amber, kakor je ona lagala, da jo Johnny je, bi mogel že prej v življenju te znake kazati, ali pa vsaj delno nekoga, kakorkoli fizično se dotikati, mislim, nasilno. To ne gre skupaj, to res ne gre skupaj.
Unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes.
7 ljudi je v poroti.
As Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set.
Exactly,
he was
yeah.
canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington
Elaine se nekaj pritožuje.
2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op...
Želim videti tudi komentar ob donaciji. Malo za support, hvala. Tak pogled podržal, kam Amber sem že nekje videl. Vse je res, naš dragi JJ ima tako držal pa pogled, kakor da je nad vsemi. Damn, sem res. Good point, res good point. Tako, ja.
Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp. And the testimony proves it. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating...
A še kdo dojel, da kadar govori odvetnica od Amber, vedno reče, do you recall? Jaz ne morem. Do you recall?
Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp
is bullshit.
Another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything. And she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter. And Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Aha, Benču zdaj zagovarja, ker se članka tiče.
2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse.
To je pač ta glavna stvar, zakaj se to šta. Zaradi tega članka, ki je Johnnyju zjebal življenje, kariero, in zdaj Benču proba dokazati, da je to ona napisala in da je napisan to o njemu, o Johnnyju.
Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed.
It is.
And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. As Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of the title...
Nekdo je nekaj govoril, da ima vsaka stran 1 uro. Kdo kaj ve o tem? Ker zdajle se mi zdi, da oni že zelo blizu 1 ure govorijo. Nisem pa zihrna.
She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instruction...
Eva, zdaj basically sam povzemajo vse za nazaj, cel sojenje za nazaj, njihove ugotovitve, dokaze, blablabla.
Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis," unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's claiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense.
Koliko bolano je, koliko bizarno je, da ženska, ki se laže glede celotne zlorabe, rata pa je ambasadorka pravic žensk. Mislim, koliko je to, koliko moš biti brez morale slab človek.
Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several
Neki kimajo odvetniki od Amberne in zakaj so zadovoljni?
appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that.
Eva, exactly, se prav spomnim, ko sem videla te stvari in avtomatično sem je verjela, ker je bila polna črnic pa to in sem bila ono, fuck. Pol nisem hodila razmišljati o tem, da je to Depp naredil, ampak ono, fuck, a ne, fuck. In verjameš, ker je pač žrtev, kao, in je res bad feeling, ono, ker prasica, da te ni sram, pač res.
Thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think. That's 7.
Drugače, realno, če tako gledamo, to se vse dogaja v Virginiji, a ne? Se pravi, zdaj nekje v Virginiji najbrž Johnny pač cel ta mesec stanuje in vsi ostali, ampak valjda se ne voziš dan, ampak si pač tam, a ne? In me ful zanima, tako kje recimo, je v kjermu hotelu, pa to, pa še tako res ono. Če bi bil on za en mesec v Sloveniji, bi bilo jaz ono, my god, awesome. Dakle, pa to.
Was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning, did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes.
Yes.
And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, be respectful, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better.
Glede na to, da mora zdaj porota na 7 vprašanj odgovoriti ja ali pa ne, karkoli se je odločil, plus določiti, za kakšne vsote je bil Johnny prikrajšan. Jaz mislim, da je v tem fora, zakaj imajo toliko časa, zakaj imajo časa do torka, ker morajo dejansko ful razmišljati, ne samo ono, kdo je kriv, ampak ono, za vsak trditev posebej ja ali ne, a ne, pa še koliko je dejansko njegova finančna zguba. Se pravi, glede na to, koliko je to informacij, valjda ne bo danes verjeten, odločilno, a ne? I guess.
This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation.
Yes.
And freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years. And it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2.
Kaj je to?
Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the...
Koliko časa bo stream trajal? Zdaj predvidevam, da bo pauza, grem jaz si vsaj kavo narediti, če ne bo pauze, vzame tudi. zdaj morajo pa še od Amber odvetniki svoje povedati, a ne? Tako da še enkrat toliko bo trajalo.
USA Today interpreted
Več pa ne vem, lej.
and
Ne vem, a bo pol še kaj, po moje ne bo veliko več danes.
implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up plaintiff's exhibit 409.
Definitivno rabim kavo.
Side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist.
Čišan mi zmanjkal.
Obtained the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed, and he was part of New York,
Še ne.
which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next.
Mislim, obviously. Joj, upam, da porota pametna, da na
Were
roke
each of the
bluzil.
statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself, and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain domestic
Alenka, koliko imaš koncentracije?
against Mr.
Tok.
Depp in May 2016 clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and
Ej, a kdo videl, da je kdaj Depp Amber pogledal v čipal?
allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations,
Kako Johnny gleda
this case is
tako
about
črlo.
telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is.
Aw, cute.
And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living with them for 6 years, and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought
Ja,
the case.
sem videla, kaj
He's
Johnny
seen the evidence in
Beno
this
rekel,
case over
I
6
don't want to
long weeks, which we
jo
can't thank
pogledat.
you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you,
Ful lepo govori.
his name, his reputation, and his career back.
No, Johnny se
Thank you
smejemo.
very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Bravo, Ben.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break.
Ok, pauza.
This time, again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue the closing arguments when we come back. So do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay?
Ok, ker se mene tiče, grem jaz na pauzo pa na kavo. Koliko bo pauza? 15 minut, a ne? Hvala, Nataša. Cute. Ne moram reči, da je nekdo 10 evrov doniral. Moj to največ do zdaj. Tako da puščavar, sorry še enkrat, ga nisem kuj videla. Hvala, res. Če kdo pozna, naj mu pove, če slučajno ni videl. Ej, a kdo ve, koliko časa je pauza? Koliko časa je pauza? Pa kaj zdaj hodite na stream, zdaj pauza? Si iskrem dol. A, puščavar je še tle. So cute. Hvala ti. 20 do 30 minut pauze. Ha. Ej, a kdo ve, jaz lahko streamam kako na pauzo, ali... Ja, jaz tudi mislim, da bi mogla biti tako 15 minut pauza, glede na to, da bo mogoče samo 2 ure trajalo. Ja, samo 2 ure. Tist, kar bo sledil Island Rush, odšteva pol. Se pravi, če bo kazal 20 minut, se pravi, bo 20 minut pauze. Samo ne vem še, ker še ne kaže. Toliko počakam, da vidim, koliko bo, da vam vem povedati, daj bom nazaj. Po kavo petlulat pa takoj nazaj, we need you, ma ne rabite me zdaj nič. Čebelca. Evo, to je naša čebelca. Krajinska čebelca. No, daj pejte že ven, vse ste fletni, pejte. Lejka ima taka tipka, da na računalnik ima skoraj isto barvo majice, kot jaz. Ti njegovi se skozi samo objemajo. Ne, Denis, ni konc. Zdaj je pauza, pa od Amber, ki pa pove svoje. Pa ne vemo še kdo kaj povedal. Mogoče spet od Johnnyja, zato ker imajo več časa še na sodišču. Zna biti. Ne bo pa verjetno danes še nobene odločitve, no, po mojem. Daj, pejte ven, da vidim, koliko je pauze. Alo. Evo, takole, pa to pinam. Ok. Nič, dragi moji, pauzica. Pejte kavo, spet pridite nazaj s kavo, pa s češnjem, pa z megapaintem, pa tako. Čau. Ja, živijo. Kaj je zdaj? Kak sem točna? 15 sekund. Ej, nisem šla kakat, mislim. Mogoče zdaj po kavi. Oh my god. Kavo imam. I got coffee. Imate kavo? We're starting 3, 2, 1. Court is on a break. Evo nas nazaj. Ene 160 vas pridno zvečelen. Jaz moram po zvečelen sem pozabila. Ramen zvečelen. Bunkuj. Zdaj sem se v koleno udarila in bom po mojem imela večjo črnico, kakor je imela Amber kadarkoli. O, monster ima, še zbi tudi monster. Kakic ne maram neki, ki se v zobe zatikajo. Ok, čebela. Tako. Ja, konc pauze, nič bad, samo da kamere naštimajo, pa da folk noter pride. Direkt v uro, ja. Zdaj, če vas prav razumem, nekdo od vas je to rekel, nekdo je napisal, da verjeten ima vsaka stran 2 ure časa, kar pomeni, da zna to trajati, če ne 2 ure pa pol do 3 ure. Vse skup, do konca streama. Kdo misliš, da bo zmagal? Jaz mislim, da boste oba zgubila, če ne, pa pač upam, da bo on zmagal, to bi bilo fucking perfect, ampak dvomem. Da bi pa ona zmagala, pa se mi zdi skos manj verjetno, ker to bi pa res moglo biti, ne vem. Žal je tudi to opcija, no. Da Amber zmaga. Tako da dejanski ful tak primer, veš, ke dejansko ni ono, da gledaš pa rečeš, saj obvious, pač res ni obvious, ne vem. Kako pa boste oba zgubila? Se pravi, tako da če noben od njiju ne dokaže svojega pointa, ki naj bi ga, dokazal, pol avtomatično, mislim, ja, oba zgubita. Kar bi bilo meni kar, mislim, meni, pač, po moje, Johnnyju cool. Ker on ni tak dobil vse, kar je hotel, se mi zdi. Hej, Alenka, prav lep pozdrav, ja, kozbekov duh. Zakaj imaš tak nickname? Lep pozdrav za teb. Kako smo kaj drugač? Ful dober. Ja, danes ful dober. Tako. 3.6, ne. Nimam se nič zaprto živeti. Vse je super. Kako ste vi? Napište, kako ste. Pa napište, če se vam že kaj pozna, da ni več tistega retrogradnega Merkurja. Če gre že kaj na boljš, ker meni gre malo na boljš. Razen tega, da me zelo vroče, k psu, pa imam še vročo kavo in sploh ne vem, kako se jo lotati. Kdaj bo konc? Po moje čez 2 do 3 ure, ker imajo zdaj oni še... Vsaka ekipa ima po 2 ure časa, maksimum, da pove svoje, a ne? In zdaj smo šele na polovici ali pa manj kot polovici. Dolga zgodba za Nikom. Stvar navdiha. Ja, v redu, pa. Verjamem na besedo. Ja, retrogradni je, mislim, da do 10. junija, ampak se mi zdi, da ni več toliko beden, kot je bil tako 2 tedna, 1 teden nazaj. Ti mi je bilo pa res prav, vse je šlo narobe, jaz sem bila toliko prav, meni gre ponovati vse ful prav v lifeu, tako, nisem mi treba ful truditi, pa nekako, ne sem mi treba ful truditi, sem nekako vse lepo gladko teče. Zdaj je šlo pa vse narobe, ker je šlo lahko narobe, res vse. Skoraj vse, no. Če bom naredila teorijo zarote, ta cel primer je teorija zarote, ne moram iti globi, ker se tiče teorije zarote. Everything is so fucked up. Ampak, če koga interesira, preden se vrnejo, bom pa naredila verjetno naslednji true crime Hello Kitty morilc. Ker sem videla do zdaj je tok fucked up. Mislim, da je čas za to. Porota. Dokler ne odločijo, da je Johnny nedolžen, še navijam za njih. Ja, retrogradni Merkur se definitivno umirja. Welcome back. Kdo je zmagal? Noben še. Delamo na tem do Johnny. Aha, zdaj bo tale Rotterborn govoril. Rottenborn. Ker Johnny vedno reče Mr. Rottenborn. Reče mi je pa najljubši prizor iz Pirata Uno, ko se Johnny pripelje v pristanišče iz ladje, ko se potopi, stopi na pomol. Ja, ta je definitivno en najboljših. Definitivno en najboljših. Kaj je fora tega Merkurja? Ne vem, ampak avtomatično se tako vrti, da na nas vpliva, da gre vse lih narobe. Ne vem, ne znam, jaz planetov ne razumem.
Thank you. Maybe seated. All right. Closing.
A ja, kaj je mene strima?
Okay, thank you.
Ja, dobro. To bi mogla zdaj pogledati, da bi s njo nazaj. Sam, ker nočem klikati na robe, ker ne znam streama dobro. In začem jaz šla na njo, nam znala nazaj priti. To je res bad. Oh, bad. Ampak pozdrav. Če gleda, pa je živijo Kaja. Pa, nice.
Mr. Ruttenborn, is your mic on? I believe it is. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work?
On je pa smotan.
In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere.
Ok, že kako on govori v primerjavi z Benom, čujem, pa z Camilo Vasquez je uno, ne ljub se tega sploh poslušati. I like that a lot.
If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment,
pa dam to, da ne bere, po moje hotu biti ful car, da ne obrov.
you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain,
Nisem gledala
you
Eurovizije.
have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger.
Cheers.
That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything.
Amber, ka si lahko fucking manj ponosna, kje imaš klun gor v nebesih, kva misliš, da si, če si Boga, ka nisi mogla ves ta cajt naštudirati znakov žrtve, res tega nisi mogla, kje imaš glavo, stari, ka lahko, ne.
Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault.
Hvala, da ima hud v zadnje, thanks. I'm trying.
Mr. Chu did.
Stolman kleče v Albus pršu, sam ne zgleda v pršu.
To you, on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team,
Albus!
for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much.
Koliko je polizan ta odvetnik?
6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Hurd on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Hurd's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment...
Jaz sem lihkar ugotovila, da ima Amber dva skoraj identična odvetnika. Ampak zdaj naslednjo stvar, ki sem ugotovila, da se je ta tip dejansko kar začel gor pa dol sprehajati, kot v filmih. Kada bi bil v seriji Suca, veš, ko se treba gor pa dol sprehajati. Ker fail. Jakob, welcome to Alien Gang.
Without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Hurd has gone through.
Jaz imam second hand shame. Tip dejansko gor pa dol hod.
This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements.
Ej, ne vem, kaj pije Johnny, ampak ti skrpije bi jaz tudi pila. Nimam pojma kaj. Matija, trajal bo še 2-3 ure. 2 do 3 ure, pač ne vem koliko.
Of course, the trial, but the vast majority of this trial is not focused on these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article. Let's try this again. This is one of the jury instructions that you'll get, and I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? Oh. These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find.
On je šupakuj v to, da poroti razloži, kaj morajo sploh razmišljati, kao... Ne se skoncentrirati na to, koliko je ona njega tepla. To sploh ni vaša naloga. Vaša naloga je, da vidite, a ima ta članek podlago ali ne. Prav. Ew.
And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the 3 statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's...
Za Amber smo se prejšnjič odločili, da pije serum laži, ker drugače ne mogla toliko časa toliko lagati.
It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one
Depp mora vse to dokazati poroti, zato lahko zgubi.
If he cannot, Ms. Hurd...
To, kar piše na tem listu, če porota samo eno stvar, Deppu ne verjame, je on zgubil. Tem je štos. Vse to moramo on dokazati. Zdaj pa, ali se porota van ga zaljubljati, koliko smo se mi, ali pa se ni, a ne? Ker imajo čist drug job, kot mi, ki gledamo na internetu.
And you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to...
Kot zbeko duh, definitivno bom Željke rekla, da je še zaželena na streamu.
These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said.
Meni zale ta odvetnik daje toliko močen feeling tega, da je 15 korakov nazaj stopil, kao vse vemo, da smo vse zajebali, ampak poglejte te točke, kjer so in dejansko se že zdaj lahko odločite, da Johnny pač ni vsega potrdil tako, kot je rekel, da bo. Prav, sploh ne upaj tiste glavne stvari, ampak saj vidite to, da pač lahko tudi ga že obtožimo.
Miss Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained TRO against Mr. Depp. Someone who accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Miss Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard it. Miss Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp, after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing...
Cenim, da si saj rekel, da imam lepega mucka, ne muco. To je že veliko. Hvala. Albus, lep si.
Those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well. We're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false in order for Mr. Depp to win. Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting.
Prav že na kanalu, odkaj je čist drugo stvar govori zdaj, ali gleda kaj drugega ona, ali pa gleda kaj z drugmu zamikam, kakor jaz, to pa ne vem.
Every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship, none of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me. But just because he wants to make the article about himself doesn't mean it is. He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4. Designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended defamatory implications.
Kjer sodniku Johnnyja te ljubši, Kamil ali Ben? Fak, to je pa zajebana, ja. Kje si? Ne vem. Ben je full bolj cute, tako kakšne fore ima, pa tako je full bolj cute človek. Kamila je pa noro sposobna, ona bo ena najboljših odvetnic zele, pač na svet, pač amazing.
Take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft.
A res kaj je moj stream streama, Jesus. Mogla bi zdaj na njega.
Except her statements that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience, having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a...
Ej, a mislite, da bo zdaj ta njen odvetnik, mislim, ta Rottenborn, da bo samo govoril o tem, kaj mora porota gledati, pač teh 7 točk? A bo sploh upal iti v detajle njune problematike, ali bo dejansko samo teh 7 točk zdaj opeval, kao, dejno, poglejte, sej je Amber zmagala, prav fail, res? Dejno. Oh my god, kako je to čist drugač, s temi očali pa brez. Blue light pa to. By the way, folk. Tisti, ki ste odprej, ne veste, pozabili, whatever. Ta stream je giveaway za 3 ring lighte. Samo od spod v opisu videa imate link do Y-Shark YouTubea, se subscribate in avtomatično sodelujete. To je to. Sam povem, 3 ring lighte, 3 dobite ring light.
She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that. But they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through. For the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier.
On me skus posluša. Sam ne upošteva me.
Victim blaming, and it's most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she'd experienced by the time she was of college age before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article. But it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that was not about him. And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence.
Zdaj kaj odpisujem, ki mi poslala sliko mojega streama, ki je na mojem streamu.
So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury...
Albo skok si star? Ne vem, umiva se. Po mojem, da tam je 4 leta? 5. maja je imel rojsten dan. 4 leta po moje. Nisva praznovala.
The republication instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience, and if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article, simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't.
Lara Horvat, welcome to Alien Gang. Welcome.
She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. And you can decide this case, brother.
A ja, to bo zdaj strajk, a ne, za musko. Johnny Depp, Depp, Johnny Depp, 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 Johnny Depp. Zdaj bom imela copyright, sem pozabila. Dej bom nehala.
Ever wading into any of the allegations,
Oopsie daisy.
facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case and he's suggesting he was never abusive to Ms.
Ja, ko imate zakon, sam sem pa dobila copyright strike.
You want to make your decision?
Oopsie.
That's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins.
To skozi govorim.
One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what...
A ni to fuknano, sprav, če jo tekom 5 let Johnny Depp samo enkrat njo zlorabil, kakorkoli, ker vemo, da smo vsi vsadzga v lifeu. Enkrat enemu rečeš kreten in si ga zlorabil. In da je recimo njen članek o tem govori, je ona že zmagala. Koliko je to fuknen sojenje? Jaz bi tle iz principa šla proti njej kot porota in bi jo gladko značila, da je izgubila, da je fuknena. Briga me, kakšne točke so, jaz tle ne bi mogla prek resnice, ne bi mogla prek tega, koliko se je lagala, ne bi jebala sistema, pač preprost fuck this shit, a veš kaj? Kakšne bedarije, res, ne, jaz kot porota ne bi mogla, da Amber ne pokažem, fakičem s tem, da rečem, bej, ne pač, ne.
The reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical...
Kdo sestavlja poroto? Porota so čist popolnoma normalni ljudje, ki imajo še vedno neke vrste filter, da pridajo v poroto. Pač neke razgovore, neki, da vejo, da so brez kazni za nazaj, da vejo, da so čim bolj spodobni, solidni, čim bolj raznoliki in tako naprej. To je fora porote. Niso to profi, niso sodniki, niso odvetniki, bla bla bla.
Coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life, in their career, by intimidation. She said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting...
Zakaj zdaj sodnica od Amber tako zmedeno gleda? Nič ni jasen. Dajte z njim pogled, kao... Ko ti to govoriš? Rottenborn, what you talking about? Kako je zmedena, pač... A nista skup govore sestavljala, ali?
All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way physically...
Z veseljem bi šla za poroto v ta primer. Po moje, poleg vse možne zabave bi na koncu še uno bila. Ne, Amber je popušila, pač ne.
You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth, his own words, or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse.
Moj maček spi, on je navajen, da jaz ful govorim po telefonu, govorim na streami, govorim sama s sabo. On je navajen, da govorim in zato spi zraven, ok? Po moje govorim še v spanju. To najbrž ne.
They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win. Even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be. And that's not what you're being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen. One time. If you used her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message to Paul Bettany, his drug buddy.
Veste, kaj je smešen pri teh sporočilih? Da to še vedno ni abuse Amber Heard, ker je to pisal kolegom. Ker je še vedno, meni se zdi najmanj, ker lahko daš od sebe po letih in letih jebanja v glava, tako da, bravo, Johnny. Ampak to ni poslal njej, ampak kolegom. Kako je to zloraba Amber zdaj? Kako, Rottenborn, povej?
You remember Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write like that. This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said I didn't write that text, even though...
You read that very, very well. Ja, Johnny ima dva otroka. Lily pa Jacka.
Fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate. This is the real Johnny Depp. This is the real Johnny Depp after Ms. Heard decided that she couldn't take it anymore. Decided that she needed to leave him.
Čakaj, kaj je me video pošila?
Nekaj pametnega
povedati. Sam nismo dosti pametni, pa smo tvoj stream odprli. Dej nam pinglajte, ker jih rabimo. Legenda. Oni imajo prav žurko, tam jaz sem pa sama. Zakaj noben z mano ne streama? I'm all alone.
That's how he ended the relationship, but you saw how he started it. Now, Ms. Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good. When the monster was gone, and then the monster would return.
Ti misliš, da je s Heleno Bonham Carter, da ima on otroke? Ne, z Vanessa Paradis, z eno francozinjo, manekenko, pevko.
Tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. She said,
Koliko je bed ta tip? On zdaj dejansko govori samo o sporočilih, ki jih je pisal drugim ljudem. To nima veze z zlorabo Amber. Pač kaj hočeš povedati, model?
That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take what Mr. Depp said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Ms. Heard.
Zdaj si pa predstavljam, da tebe en tepe in manipulira leta in leta in pol, da bi ti nazaj tej osebi enkrat rekel, ker si prasec ali pa ne vem, kaj to sploh pomeni, kant. Ker si, recimo, prasec in pa bi zaradi tega bil ti ker to osebo zlorabljaš. Mislim, ne vem, no. Kaj je pravica?
In 2012, after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, I thought I put the monster away. And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up.
Ja, ok, kant je pizda. Veliko ovnemu temu streamu. Danes gremo vsi gledati Johnny Depp filme. Zmenen, roka, danes vsi gledamo Pirate, vsi gledamo Alice, vsi gledamo Edward Scissorhands, vsi gledamo Sweeney Todda, vsi gledamo Sleepy Hollow, vsi gledamo Skrivno okno, vse Deppove filme danes gledamo. Na piratskih straneh. Ker ga podpiramo.
That means him using cocaine has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship. Imagine that. Someone actually thinking of maybe the impact of alcohol.
Albo se grderat like a žučen. Hey, mate.
He says, need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved. Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here on the stand and tried to deny that to you. Talk about a lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
Zdaj bo zih video, ko zbija v marce. Ja, zdaj bo video, ko ta pušast v marce zbija.
What happened?
Če mi kakšen film ni všeč od Johnnyja, ne vem, ker ene 2-3 nisem gledala, takih bolj teh zadnjih. Ne vem sploh, ko ime naslov. Johnny, ja. A si bomo utetovirali to?
No.
So nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
Kako je zalovna ta
We're not
ženska.
even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
To je pa mega pint. Large glass of wine.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going? Oh, really? Really?
A lahko sam še nekaj izpostavim, glede na to, koliko je bil on grozen, koliko jo je tepel. V kateri realnosti moški, ki tepe žensko, potem, ko je videl, da ga ona snema, ne bi na koncu prsilil in stepel in prsilil, da zbriše ta posnetek? V kateri realnosti? Just that, I'm gonna leave that here, pač.
You see Miss her laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in his courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes...
A sam meni on z Rottenborn ne zveni neki ful prepričljiv, že tako malo. A mi kdo verjame, kaj? Ups.
You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out. And you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way. Like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse.
Ne, to je odmev abuza od Amber.
You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship.
Ful preveč ima mega pint totle.
A series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international...
Ja, Johnny ga res gleda, uno. Really? Tell me more.
And it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who
A
said it.
res greš tu izpiratov na rest?
She didn't send it to TMZ.
Aha, najbrž ne, glede na to, da govoriš o anusu. Ok.
Who would want that to become public?
Lej, Amber, ga spet...
Again,
Aj,
in order to
faco,
find
no.
Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim...
Ej, Amber ima zih skole lončeka, veš, pa noter mude nametane in pa je tako zmeša, pa listek vam potegne tako, žalosten, veš kao, dajmo probat. Pa je tako, zdaj moram biti pa jokat, shit, problem, ki ne znam sos, fake it.
Thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that he had to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking and she's right, but I can't admit.
A res se je nasmejala, vmes ne me
I'll
basati.
fucking die in
Fuck,
your eyes.
te ženska je.
Thanks for that one, Vanessa.
Solzica, ona je pa tako. Fuck.
This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013. When Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me.
Fuck, kako ima Amber slabe dokaze. Kaj je to, stari?
Mr. Depp passed out with his head.
Da je res vse, ker imaš slike človeka, ki spi. Pa tudi, če je bil pijan. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Pač...
He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out.
Oj, oj.
And she's taking pictures because she wants him
Ja,
to
exactly. Ali ga je
realize
bolj
what he's done
pretepla,
and
pa
get
se
help
zvijo
and
bolečine.
see. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
Ja, resno. Zdaj si prav sramoto si delate.
From Mr. Depp, when these pictures are shown, is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture up, for trying to help.
Trying to help, da mu daš sladoletu v roko, da se mu zlije.
In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances.
Kurdiš pa, Johnny.
There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been sorry, that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This.
Ja, exactly, pač. A se gre v nasilju do nje, ali kako je on... Pa spoh, až po moje dejansko ni komiranje. Po moje kombinacija je kakšna droga, pa koliko si sfukan kot igralska delaš po, ne vem, 20 ur, a veš. Pač ja zaspiš pa vsod, pa star je bil tle med 40... Moj čez 50, a veš.
To admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to film the documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie.
Ja, najbolje, ne da je ona priznala, da je bila na kokainu. Ona ni priznala, da je bila na kokainu, čeprav je bila, je pa raje uvalila svojo sestro. Čeprav tisti stari dena.
Abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse.
That's abuse. Abuse of drugs, ne pa ženske.
Ms. Vasquez read a parade of witnesses that she believes support Johnny's defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him. And they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is,
he
was heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, and it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe.
Isn't happy hour every hour? Yeah, it is.
Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case.
Stop coke, stop pills.
You remember her on the stand when I presented her with these...
Alenka, je Johnny že bil kdaj na dopustu na hrvaških otokih, še slučajno veš kot fenica? Vse nisem, jaz nisem neki fenica, Johnny, mislim, zdaj skozi bolj. Ampak ne da bi vedela. Se mi pozdi, da je bilo ogromen zvezdnikov pri nas na Hrvaškem, ker je fucking amazing. Hrvaška pač.
Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Beck, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Beck was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water.
Yeah.
I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Beck who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see them again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, tried to blame everything on Miss Heard, and only on the cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand.
Moja koncentracija je šla v K. Hočem reči, da ja, imam pa toliko izkušenj z žurkami, s pitjem, s pijanci, z ljudmi, ki veliko pijejo, da vem, da ko nekdo pride v to svojo fazo, imaš veliko različnih verzij. Imaš ljudi, ki so ekstremno chill, imaš ljudi, ki spoh zase navedo, imaš ljudi, ki gre v en svoj svet in ne ve, kje je, imaš ljudi, ki rata največji srček in ta vzorc se ponavlja in če de pač ni bil nasilen, to, da je pijača pa droge enako nasilje je največja glupost ever. A fact.
Of that night, April 21st, 2016, he learned that he was essentially out of money and he needed to start selling things. And we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30
Imam feeling, da če bo JD izgubil, se bo folko zmešal, pa bojo protesti, sploh glede na to, da vsi to gledajo in držimo z njim. Se strinjam, da se v folku trgal, ampak naslednja stvar, ki bo Johnny bo prišel ven, bo rekel, ok, lej, ni nam ratal, ampak jaz sem vesel, vaša podpora mi pomeni vse in to je to, hvala, pika konci. In bo itak vse v miru. Ker to po mojem to, kar Johnny čut. On pač čut sem to, da ima nazaj podporo in on je zacvetel tekom tega sojenja. On je happy.
And he said, oh yes, I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Depp.
Kdo spi?
The witnesses
A misliš?
that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening. But Mr. Depp would go through periods where he would apologize, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX120A and 120B, I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to page her.
Ne, noben ne spi, to ima sam dol neki piše, a veš. Ne spi.
He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got
Ja, Gorazd, exactly, pač, ja, dojamemo, bil je odvisnik, ne vem, zdaj je čisto, kar jaz vem, who cares, tudi če ja, ne, who cares, to nič ne pove, ona pa sploh nič ni dokazala, pač nič.
What do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know.
Tukaj imam vodo z limetinim sokom, tukaj je bila kava, v Megapintu imam pa cider, ki mi ne paše več. Tako da je vstal.
This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember.
Lejka je tla isto reče, you can't, ampak v ljubkovalnem smislu. Po moje, lik zato, ker je ona spet njega ne pretepla in to največ, kar on poje od sebe, da I love you, you fucking can't, pač it's still cute, ne, mislim.
Pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 2013, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to see.
Kaj sem jedla? Jedla sem eno ful veliko solato s fižolom, pa tuno, pa skrekari, pa sirom. Zjutraj sem pa ovsene, oziroma granolo od Malince, pa 2 breskvice. Kaj se dogaja? Čekaj, ti pa svoj ne poslušam, kva smo jedli, kva smo pili.
Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville? Obviously, there's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking.
A ja, nismo več na pauzi, moram to dol dati.
Now he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect her.
Zdaj imam že dost.
Well, he says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, by her neck.
V tisti prikolci je to naredil, kjer je bilo pa vse polomljeno, medtem ko je pa prišel pričati lastnik, da ni bilo basically nič polomljeno.
He took her into the bathroom of the trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgan Knight person who testified a few days ago, who said it was $62 of damage, you also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by
To nastavlja moj albus, ja?
reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney heard, Whitney Enriquez.
To danes bo do... Ne vem do kdaj, ampak po moje še kakšno uro pa pol. Do 2. Kakšne 2 ure, ja.
You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May 2013. This is a text, another text from drug buddy Bedney, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, ja.
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to next. This, remember...
Po horoskopu za mrak, tako da imam Julija rojsten dan.
On the island, in the Bahamas.
Ja si predstavljaš, da to zvoni telefon deli v odvetnici. Elaine.
And Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the sidewall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment. That's what he said. And then, you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to, actually before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said...
Resno? Najljubš domač branje? Zakaj mi travme iz osnovne šole zdaj vnašaš? Fak, ne vem, pozabila sem. Dejansko sem pozabila. Honestly. Se moj niti enega ne spomnim. Sem pa čas celo uživala v tem. Mene šlo slovenščina kar v redu. P90X. Je pa je brat, če si prisiljen brat.
And so, in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp...
A to... To je pa zdaj zatrukiralo, kaj?
Honey, can you please mow the lawn? I need you.
Zatrukiralo je čist. Če kdo ugotovil, da odtrukira, naj pove. Ne se po moje vsem zatrukiralo, veste. Mislim, nasploh na vseh live-ih, na vseh, ja, streamih. Zdaj pa bo, ne? Ups. No, dejte. Mislim, ja, folko ne dela.
He started throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. But when she got up to move, how dare she? He kicked her in the back. She said, I feel this boot in my back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal, passed out in the bathroom. Let's play 221, please.
Fakej, boga te dva odvetnika, ki nimata kaj, da bi šla s tem naprej. Nimata dokazov. To je video, ko se Johnny, mislim, audio, ko se Johnny odvaja od rok, Amber mu pa ne da v njih tablet, da bi pomagali. Fuk je, no. Koliko mora biti jadno, ko ti nekdo pred tabo, čist nekdo XY govori o tem, kaj se je zgodilo in to se še v podrobnosti, ko pojma nima v bistvu. On to priča, govori, poroti, ti moraš biti pa tih. To skozi razmišljam, koliko je to bad. Ta sodišče, jaz v life nočem na sodišče, res ne. Aj, čau, kocbekov duh. Pridem bot.
Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually, you can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry, aggro engine in a fucking blackout. Screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that.
Oh my god. Johnny je bil pa res edik, da na koncu napiše, but pills are fine, uno, ante. Edik pač ne sme nič imeti, moja že kava sporna. Kdo zmaguje? Like I said, it's not a race, pač ni fuzbal, en vot ali drug ne, pač bomo na koncu videli, kaj se porota odloči.
Well, no wonder. You heard the voice in the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial and things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall.
Počala, ja. Kdaj bo konc? Po moje čez 1-2 ure.
And what do they say? Look at her back stress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case.
Mom.
This is when they got married.
Why are you purring?
They got married. You heard the testimony from Io Tillett, right? That where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX353. All of the bottom right one are in the days where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're giving him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember, you've seen a couple times, this is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine and ecstasy. So,
dobesedno vse, kar imajo te fucking odvetniki, res vse so sam droge. To je vse. Poglej, Bena čuva, on je tako ono. anything else, njemu se res ne ljubi več tega poslušati.
He pulls out a bag of MDMA and he took a handful. She didn't say
Marakec, kakšna ideja? Čakam.
he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second day, Mr. Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-snuff.
Zakaj scary effect v vsakem kraju iz Slovenije? Prvo nekih najde tok drugo.
He told Amber for about the 25th.
Pa sem scary mom, ne alien mom.
I don't want a post-snuff. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures.
My dog stepped on a bee.
You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another and I could feel glass.
Okay, v vseh krajih v Sloveniji, ki jih je tisoče ne najboljš, ampak lahko mi pa napišete najboljše lokacije zapuščenih stavb. Pa še to me zdaj strah ratelj, tako da ne vem. Vem pa, da sem bila v Kulu, ker sem skozi v Kulu, pa kaj članke pišem. Zdaj le moram še enega napisati, ko to končam.
And you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, different from when he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception. They're trying to deceive you. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning.
Če mislim, da je lagala v zlomljenemu nosu, ja, ker je vsem lagala, ker nima enega dokaza in ena stvar se ne sklada, kar je povedala. Jaz mislim, da je ona lagala 95% stvari vsaj. Ja, res je dosta danuna, ker... Pač sliš se mu, da on ne verjame, a štekate. Mislim, se vidite, se čutite verjetno. On ne verjame, sam še proba čim boljš, kakor lahko job opraviti, da pač jih prepričuje. That's his job, pač, ampak njemu je to kar neki. On se mora v bistvu pretvarjati, da verjame. Sam sebe mora prepričati, da verjame.
What happened to cut the finger off?
Ti si bilo kulu, ko si kul.
Relevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her. But we all know she didn't. We all know that his fingers weren't.
We all know she didn't.
Someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is, and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, we talked about controlling jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Don Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse.
Ali boš zdaj naredila video o neraziskani krajih v Sloveniji, če so kako lahko kraj neraziskan, če je kraj pač kraj. Obstaja kraj, se pravi, ne mora biti neraziskan.
Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing.
She stepped on a bee.
Imagine having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paint.
Ona če zgubi, ali kdorkoli, ona če zgubi bojo verjetno še zmer sodila ali delala kakšen perjury ali ne. Čeprav po moji mehna verjetnost, da gre v zapor, če gre v zapor, si spet lahko hitro odplača way out. Bo pa mogoče imela opravka z angleškim sodiščem, kjer je verjetno že tudi lagala in je zmagala, tako da lahko je dejansko banana iz Anglije, kar je dosti awesome.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth.
No shit. Če te ženska vara z vsakim glavnim igralcem, s katerim igra, ja, bo živčen, kadarkoli igra. Fuck off, valjda je čutil, če ga je non-stop varala, valjda čutiš, se nisi glup. Če hočeš ves čas človeka živčenga narediti, pa ljubosumnega ni težko, to je zelo simpel. In pa je un vas zjeban in valjda, da je ves čas dvomovate.
He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. No one who hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. Well, we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day, that he sat on the stand and denied writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again, because they are the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style, I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would, and he did. These are texts that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Steven Neuters. This is the way he...
Koliko denarja dobi tiska zmaga? Ne vem, jaz ne štekam čist tega, ker on njo tož za 500 milijonov, ona njega tož za 100 milijonov. Se pravi, ne vem, zračuni sam. Jaz ne vem točno, kako to gre.
This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says, I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember we played this one and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
Zato kaj ščiti oba.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015.
Aj, kdo videl Amber zdajle? Ko šla je v mut, da je za 5 sekund igrala travmo, pa je pa videla, da konc posnetka je bila pa tako. Ok, ni več treba. Sorry.
And our experts say it doesn't have size on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger. It can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and she confronted him about that. No surprise there, they got in a huge argument. At some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Enriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs.
Ne vem, kaj smo pričakovali, valjda, da bo Rottenborn 2 ure skupaj govoril, če mu dajo 2 ure za govoriti. Kje pa je Lane?
But he runs up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the casting hand, that she said, I punched him square in the face.
Kuna vzad gleda, to skodra na skokva.
Picture of the shiner that she had, that Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser.
Kdo zgleda kogar sestra od Amber? Did you call me?
This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet.
On mora to
zid. That he couldn't possibly have hit.
Joj, umaro I pretrezal.
That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night.
Destruction of property?
Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen.
Sara je rekla, o moj bog, the fact, da Melih, ker moj crush povedal, da sem mu všeč. Ko cute! To je to cute!
But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry.
To bo zdaj poletna romanca.
Spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, it was really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying he really wanted to go again, tough guy. And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist So she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top, and she said, "This is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing, because he's out of his mind."
Stari, meni se toliko prav ne ljub več poslušati teh njihovih zgodb. Ne od Amber, ne od te dveh. Prav fucking ne ljub se mi več poslušati. Štekate, ne ljub se mi jih več poslušati. Rada bi sam, da je konc, ker jih ne moram več gledati. Ne mora se toliko legati pa pričakovati, da to folk še vedno poslušal in upošteval. Kaj lahko fucking sam nehate govoriti. Mislim, saj sam še tiste pol ure, ki imajo, whatever.
She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed, when she could, at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse?
Ta live traja že blizu 4 ure. 3:45. Noro, a?
Defending herself with another hand. You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him, as he was trying to barge at her, and she got her feet caught under a door.
Come on.
As he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victim...
Jaz presežem, da vidim v očeh tega odvetnika, da sam sebi ne verjame. Ker nima onih prepričljivih oči, ampak je tako, na koncu jih tako gleda kot... Maybe? Pač, you know, help.
To protect myself.
Fuck.
Yeah, she did apologize for that, because that's the...
Maruša, ne, Elaine še ni prišla do... Ti si zaspala v bes. Elaine še ni prišla do besede. Upam, da bo, ker je smešna.
And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Ford and they said, we can't see any injury
Porotniki
there.
so random ljudje, ja?
She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax.
Je tako lepo ti ubič krvavo kapeljico, če filer daješ v ustance, ja?
Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail, and I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using, but she testified in great detail about exactly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife.
Ne, da je izrezala, da je zabila noter, pa z eno drugo stvarjo odbila dol. Tako to deluje.
In his pocket every day. We all know where that...
Ali pa če čebele ne uporabljaš. A je labelec. So čebele.
One of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad.
Až kaj je Amber dobila to, ki kri teče? She kissed a bee. Okay, bad joke.
If it's a text or an email, but you can look at the X580, he says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that, the bruises that all of her family
Klik to je fora, glede na to, kaj ona nabija v lifeu, ni bila pretepena ali pa karkoli. Ker pač to ne gre tako, res ne. Lahko bi se bolj pozanimala, ne?
For Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine.
Mislim, mene, če bi en mesec nazaj vprašali, če bi bila porotnica, ne bi tako vedela, kva to pomeni. Povaj bi zbežala tako.
She didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom. And Amber said, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrassed me. And then he took her into the bathroom, and she said, but this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house, and to keep him away from her, that's when
Spet vas je 222.
She admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony, it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp.
Ej, a veste, kjera je spirit animal od Amber? Ali pod njenega psa?
You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall, while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car, and at some point, I pull the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off.
Čepelice, saj moje ste prijateljice, pozabil vas nikdar, ta stari čebelar. Sorry, Elvis.
He came over, they got into a fight, there's been conflicting evidence about that, but Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, he fell to the floor, I fell to the floor, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Hurd says it actually does on page 64, and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse, it's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party.
Kakšno ima naloga una zeleno majico poslušalkam? Ona dela transkripte, se mi zdi, da ves čas tipka, dobesedno pretipka vsako besedo, ki se izreče na sodišču, da če se spomnijo za nazaj, ona sam pokaže, to ste rekli. Tlej imam vse natipkan. Transkript.
We'll talk about this in the context of the counterclaim, but these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, well, they must have been fake. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple, that it lines up directly with the phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house, he destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse, property destruction like that.
Ne, Alenka, ni šans, da to gledaš že cel cajt. Nimaš pojma, stari. Skos. Predstavljaj si uno, vse pretipka, kar govorijo, ja. Vsak dan.
Police denied, oh, there was no school line in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom.
Kako vas je lahko že skozi 222? Ok, zdaj malo skočili.
Terribly disturbing text of him in July 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling you cut me or I will. You all remember.
You hit me. You hit me, Johnny.
It was awful. I'm not going to play it
You
again.
just hit me.
But it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive.
Mislim, če mene vprašaš, gre ta ženska sam na off v glavi, ker drugače se je ustrgal. Zelo muzika. Zapisnikarca, ja, zapisnikarca. Good point. A ste vi, stari, vi ste skerirata, skozi vas je 222, to so te angelske cifre, to vzih nek... A kdo pogugla, kaj pomeni 222? Ker vas je že tako pol ure 222. Ja, pa zust smrdi,
That's all you have to remember. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never once abused Amber. And if you don't, no, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to.
Až se, če nekdo nekaj reče, pa se zmot, pa poje drugače reče, ni treba za nazaj zbrisati, še zmer mora biti vse zapisano, tako da ji ni treba brisati. Tudi za dokaz udarim se jaz lahko sama. Mislim, ja, lahko se sama udaraš, lahko si tudi sama narišeš. Problem je, kaj je ona, poleg tega, da si delala črnice, tudi sama poklicala paparace, a ne? Tako da zelo očitno je pač hodila doseči denar. Tu is a message of hope, representative of balance, harmony, life choices, commitment, compromises and trust. Fucking kaže, da bo pravica zmagala. Representative of balance, harmony.
So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there...
Thanks, slow muzika. Sprav, porotnike izberete obe strani, se morata strinjati Izmed naključno izbranih državljanov obe strani izbirata take, za katere menite, da jim bodo koristili. In zdaj predstavljaj si, da so zbrali neke žrtve domestic violence, neko žensko, ki je doživela domestic violence in po moje takole dojame, da Amber ni kriva. Fuck. Ne, mislim reči, da Amber je kriva, pardon, da Amber laže, ker pa če si to doživel, veš, da se ne obnašaš tako.
The article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is the man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, these unreliable...
Jaz se kvaj pa Amber, ka praviš, da bi dal še hujš kazen, ker škod drugim ljudem. Ne da škod, pač laže in zabija pravica dejansk žensk, ki jo je mogla na sodišče zaradi dejanskega abuza, zabija resnico v 3 PM, pač ona potlač to, pokaka se na njo, pokaka se na sodišče. In ta porota, da bi še vedno v njem prid zdaj glasovala, oziroma saj, da sta izenačena z Johnnyjem, je meni fucked up, ker ob vseh teh lažeh, to je meni to je meni, kada prdneš v brez pravice. Najslabše.
Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to piracy.
Ne, Elaine še ni govorila, pride ba je.
Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day, the paper article came out the same day, so the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent Jack Wigham couldn't identify a contract. His former agent Christian Carino said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that.
Sašo, se strinjam, tole res ni... Ok. Koliko časa še bo zdaj tistih sta na nov? Fora je, da imajo na razpolago maksimum vsak 2 ure. Mislim, ne vsak. Vsaka stran. In on zdaj govori že koliko? A kdo ve koliko časa? Najbolj več kot 1 uro, se pravi, Elaine ne bo toliko dolg mogla biti. Porotniki so plačani, vendar gre za nizke zneske. Prvih nekaj dni te mora plačati tvoje podjetje, potem pa države, ampak je povprečno $50 na dan, skratka malo. Kar je pravilno, glede na to, da če si tam za pravico in ne za nekaj napačnega, je to...
Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with this testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Greta Hoff about the counterclaim.
Elaine?
Thank you.
Ne vem, a sem sam jaz, ali on res ni bil powerful. Pač dejansko jaz prnemo čutim, da sploh ne ve več, kaj zagovarja. Itak, kdo da fuck bo Amber na tej točki verjel, ampak tole meni bilo tako res weak. Sploh ne podvomaš, v skrivnost je tako kva. Zdaj pa Elaine, ona vzit kaj butazga rekla. Tega se veselimo. Elaine, the queen of gloopiness.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service.
Glej, kako jo Kamil gleda.
I'm going to go really fast, as quick as I can, so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate it.
Koliko je ona grinji. Meni se kar malo smejim.
Stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK.
Sicer se že nekaj časa tudi pri nas pogovarjajo, da bi bili prenosi sodišča, vendar je zaenkrat mnogo nasprotovanja. Na javne obravnave gre lahko načeloma kdorkoli, če je prostor v dvorani. Ja, drži, pa je pri nas, smo tudi že začeli s tem, ampak naenkrat lahko gleda samo 15 ljudi prek prenosa. To sem nekje videla, ampak da se bez zauzemajo za to. Ker načeloma ni toliko bad stvar spet, če kršiš javno ustavo, javne zakone, potem se mi ne zdi toliko bad, da so javno rešeni. Po drugi strani pa, če je nekdo nedolžen in da gre vse javno, ker se mu je zgodilo, pa spet ni idealno, ne, tako da kar tak hiccup.
He had his opportunities, he had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one. Because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for nothing, only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. Amber for nothing. Because he wants to put her through this again, the third time.
Veš, tako je fora pa Amber, če ona zmaga. Pa ko vas je le spet 222? V glavnem, fora, če ona zmaga, je preprosto najbolj boleče je, da bo ona zmagala, ker je toliko srala po sodišču, ker je toliko lagala, ker je toliko bluzila. Če oni njej dajo zmago, je tako, da sami sebi, da se sami sebi posmehujejo. To, kar je ona lagala. To je edina bad situacija.
To make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire. And went off up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now, Mr. Depp says, oh, I didn't even know about those until the counterclaim. Well, we know that's not true because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made. In February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published, and he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse.
I made a poo-poo.
He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement?
Euro, hvala, da smo lahko del tvojega streama. A vi še vedno freaking moj stream gledate, resno?
Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
11 evrov zaslužila, ne moram verjeti, to je definitivno rekord.
Is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence book, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding, and it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell understand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less.
Fakt teh odvetnikov prav ne moreš poslušati.
It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony, and interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that, Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, no, this didn't happen, to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction...
Danes je največ doniral puščavar 10 evrov in sem full fucking hvaležna. In... What sem se hvala reči?
For somebody to do something like that, writing on the walls,
ja, pač, awesome. Premal streamam, to je fora. Premal streamam. Dajmo zdaj še malo Elaine poslušati, sploh nekaj govori.
Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left.
Mi smo zanj govorili, da to, ker ima Amber noter roza za pitje, serum leži, da lahko laže, in zdaj ne rab, zato nima več tega. Halo.
You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form.
Glejte, ko jo Kamil gleda, Kruno. What are you talking about?
What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of him. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset her testimony on the stand about that.
Je to tako bedka, ne vem kva. Hvala. 20 evrov mi je vrgel model. I mean, koliko lepo, pač. Se zelo lepo, pač hvala, res hvala. To je bila res lepo, pač. I'm fucking, tako kot Johnny Depp, hvala. Fucking hvala, res. Moram nehati klet. Hvala, puščavar 100-krat, res. Pač si absoluten rekorder na mojemu streamu, kar se tiče donacij. Absolutno.
was that.
Pa hvala vsem, tudi slow muziki, ki ste moji alieni, ki ste v gangu noter. Pa vsak mesec nekaj prispevate, pač fucking amazing. Pero, tu sem že preveč zmetel, moram še tebi malo. Pero si zasluži vse, ker je fucking amazing. Pač, koliko pa on vsebine naredi, pa bolano.
Was that Kipper and his whole group are scam.
Cute.
You know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years and he's
so cute.
You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be so?
Zdaj bom šla lahko na pico, kaj jo sanem. V bistvu lahko še nekoga pelem na pico.
The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your
A kdo ve, kaj se dogaja sploh?
Additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD, or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that?
Ta Kamila, taka carica. Zdaj je nekaj narobe rekla, pa tako Kamil, kao ne, pa ona se popravi, tako okej. Kako dober. A lahko gremo s tabo na pico, nisem še nič jedla danes pametnega. Ja, valjda, prid, gremo v... Ne smem povedati kam, pa boste vedeli, kje živim. By the way, zdaj boste vi premjerno zvedeli, da se selam. To še internet ne ve. Selam se, že čez en mesec me ne bo več tle, še prej. Ja, čez en mesec. Ja, čez en mesec me ne bo več tle. V drugo regijo grem. Več pa še ne povem.
They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is
ne boš več kle, ampak boš tam. Ja, kada ful spremenijo, veš.
Set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn, and so they spilled wine and they, you know, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now we all know.
A bo selitven vlogič? Bom preverila pri lastniku, če lahko. Možno je, ja, možno je. Ne obljubam, še moram razmisliti.
Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been...
Lahko bi se šli pivsko igro. Vsakič, ko pride drekac na glavo od Elaine, moramo piti.
From a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's some species in the bed a month ago. That was his spin.
Tako, pa si lepa.
He's in New York. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous.
Oh my god.
And by the way,
Anja, enako me lep dan. Spet od 222.
But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes me mad.
Jaz nimam, jaz vodo pijem.
And says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets mad.
Amber se prav vidi, da ne doživlja tega kot travmo, ampak tako gleda, what the fuck Elaine nabija. Šuno, did we agree to that?
She goes and gets in between the two of them.
A se je res to zgodilo?
He pushes them down. And then she continues to stand in between them. And he's screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up.
Drekac, ja.
Loudly. Then his bodyguards...
Ja, še enkrat, ko ta nabija zdaj. Za vse, ki gledate, imate opcijo dobiti, danes 3 od vas dobite ring light. ne največji, nek tak sreden. Od Whitesharka ga dobite, se pravi, spod sem naročen na njihov kanal, ker je linkan pod temu streamem. In če še mene zraven, valjda ste naročeni, avtomatično sodelujete. 3 dodamo.
Goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where John is trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day. And he comes in, storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here. And he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified.
Če ne drugega je Elaine, definitivno imaš ful dobro pantomimo, lojo. Ona kar kaže. Ona je pa srcem, ja, ona je pa srcem.
He rearranges the furniture. Or he might have knocked something off, you know, one of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again.
Mislim, realno, Maruša, če me vprašaš, se tle komplet vsi bojijo Amber. Daj pogledajte te 2 odvetnice, kako gledata Elaine, uno. Prav priceless. Elaine je priceless, res.
Injuries on Amber and all the evidence. He's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls.
Puščavar se je subscribe-ov, welcome zdaj še med aliene. Zdaj moram pa res več streamat. Ena da moram. Morate predlagati, kaj moram še streamati. Mogoče ne lih igrc, nekaj drugega.
Up there, but it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea.
Stari, ta ženska je res telovat boma.
And you know, we've talked about it, we've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job.
Glede giveawaya bojo šli pa ekipa od Whitesharka pogledati njihove nove naročnike in bojo pač med njimi izbrali 3 zmagovalce. Aljaš, Sparger, hello! Objection? Slolol, hello! Medaljene? Hi. Ful me gre na živce, da mi sporoči za subscribere, ne sporoči mi pa za... Lej, John ima drekca. Ne sporoči mi pa za donacije. Ne vem zakaj, imam obklukan, da mi sporoči, ampak me ne sporoči. Welcome vsem, res. Ful mi je dobro takole streamati, ne vem zakaj premalkrat streamam. Mislim, toliko malokrat. Moram se spomniti nekaj, kar res lahko redno z veseljem skozi streamati, koliko je bil zdaj stream. Mislim, sojenje. Oh my god, this is not much govoriti.
You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him, you know, so give a name and make an arrest. A gledala kdaj na history programu Starodavni vesoljci? Ja, sem. Moraš gledati, ker je bolano. Mislim, ne gledam televizijo, ampak sem pa že videla to, da sem že gledala, vlala. Ja. Bom še kdaj, ja. Če mi je Ariana Grande fajn, ne vem, vse mi je za njo, nisem, ne. Ja, lej, Maruša, časa ima ene dost, tako da se boj nima več veliko časa. Whether the police officers, you know, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set. It doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs, so they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea.
Amber res mogo moje izjave tako rezati. Ja, lej, časa ima dost, saj pa nima več dost časa. Hočem reči, da sta oba odvetnika skupaj imela od Amber 2 ure, ker je dost časa, ampak nima ga pa več veliko dost. A kdo ve, koliko ima že časa?
Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night.
Yeah.
Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages that 772 and 773.
Ok, kva kot zbeko govori, pojma nimam. Časa ima toliko, da bo en oren kardio naredila, sam res stari ta ženska toliko maha. Imaš kakšen komentar, zakaj Voyager 1 sedaj, odkar je v medzvezdnem prostoru pošilja nenavadne podatke? Kaj se tam dogaja? Good question, brez odgovora, maga, ker nimam pojma, o čem govoriš. Očitno moram res začeti gledati to oddajo. Moja najljubša hrana... Ja, direkt moram premakniti. Moja najljubša hrana... Pašta, pica, burgeri, pa zdrava hrana, solate, oldove, take hude, kaj not sadje pa vse.
Nothing could be further from the truth on that one, and she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Baldwin planting these when he talked to the ECP people. Remember the testimony here? We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr.
Kako lahko vidiš, da tako od Johnny odvetniki tako imajo 3 minute za en problem ali pa... Ja, exactly. Zdaj bom čist iskrena, da me ta odvetnica spomne na naše starše, ki mislijo, da dalj časa ti nekaj dopoveduje, več bo dopovedala. A se še kdo tako počuti? Da dalj časa ti teži, dalj časa te gleda, dalj časa maha z rokam, da ti bo več dopovedala. Da pa ješ kar bolj ubogal, bolj razumel, bolj upošteval. Ne, sam na K ti gre. Ja, tako izpade. Ta odvetnica. Prav sam na živce ti gre. Če dalj lapaš nekaj, ne boš me v nič prepričala. Sam freaking annoying je. Amber ta drekec prav paše. Ja, pa njenemu odvetniku tudi. Prav paše je, ja.
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Baldwin planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the plaintiff. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stick of makeup.
Ti gre na živce in...
The exact same thing. Why would you say that? She's an
prav res spomne me na starše
house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You saw Amber on stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing...
Najbolje je Amber, kadar direkt v kamero pogleda s tem odrekcem na glavi.
She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup, and some of them are without. And people misunderstand, especially...
Ja, exactly. Če komorkoli boš v nedogled nekaj dopovedoval, ti boš šlo sam na živce. In to je lane dela, pač. Kada pridga, veš, pa še na ta način, kada jo kdo upošteva.
Makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendants Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used, and she was very adept in telling you...
Fucking, ja! Nekaj, kar takrat sploh še obstajali, nekaj podjetij dokazov. Kako lahko še vedno o tem govori? A to veste? Ko je Amber kazala en make-up, ki ga je uporabljala za črnice, ki ga takrat ta podjetje sploh še ven ni dal, in to zdaj spet Elaine govori. Fuck. Zdaj mi Zemlje leti asteroid, bla bla bla, velik 1,5 kilometra. Ne vem, jaz upam, da nas greši tako kot večina vsak do zdaj.
Obviously, the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things. But I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember,
Let's go, Johnny.
Bonnie
Let's go,
Jacobs, the
Johnny.
therapist.
Let's go.
Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and...
Objection, Your Honor.
Mislim, da se zdaj čez par minut, da izmanjka časa, če sem prav preračunala, ker ura bo 7, 1 ura vse skupaj je bila, pol ure je bilo navodil, pol ure je bilo pauza, oziroma 15 minut, se pravi zdaj bi mogel biti že Ne, sorry. Od 3 do 7 je 4 ure. Ja, verjetno ima še ne 20 minut. To sem zdaj preračunala, se mi zdi. Nisem dobra v matematiki, ampak I tried. Mislim, da ima še 20 minut. Tako da to zdržimo in potem zvemo, ali se danes odločujejo kaj, ali v tork, najbrž. Kaj lahko enkrat dol, da nas bo 222. Hecam se, I love you all. Še dobrih 10 minut, kaj ko prav. Možno, ja. 10 do 20 nek. Slow muzika, kaj pa ti, kaj počneš v življenju, a so te kar malo pokonektali. I like that. That's adorable. Komar. Ne, ni komar. Mušica je. Pred solatijem, pred kisa pojem in imam ful teh vinskih mušic. Amberji odvetniki ne vejo, da ona laže. Amberji odvetniki jim morajo po defaultu verjeti, ker drugače je to čist fakta. Pač morajo ji verjeti, čeprav se mi zdi, da tekom tega trajala oziroma nasploh sojenja se zgodi toliko stvari, ki tudi na njih vpliva, ker so samo ljudje in na tej točki res ne vem, ali verjamejo ali ne, res ne vem. Ampak koliko je to bad, da zagovarjaš nekoga, ki itak laže in na koncu, da še zgubiš, recimo. To je prav fail na fail na fail.
Dr. Hughes specifically characterized Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting both
Tudi če vejo resnico, morajo držati za njo. Ja, exactly. Točno to poščavar, pač njihova poklicna dolžnost je verjeti tistmu, ki jih je najel, pikame konc. Nimajo zbirano.
Your Honor, objection.
Zdaj se bomo prav odločili na konc objectione, da je malo čas bijajo. Lej, Amber ve, ampak sej prav, lej. Če imajo objection, da ga lahko dajo, ne ga uporabijo, pač sam da vas jebe, who cares. Ti bod kar jezna, jaz se upam, da še zgubiš. Bitch. Dej, Amber, čebela na glavo, zakaj če ima drekat? Drekat is the shit. Drekat is the shit. Čeferina, ja. Špela majcen, dobrodošla med alijene.
That the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she went and she was first called upon to actually detail all of her...
Tako, a se vi zavedate, da so to zadnje minute tega sojenja, ki trajajo 6 tednov? A se zavedate, ker meni to za krmečkan exciting, čeprav še vedno Eleni Lapa je exciting.
Put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detail.
Hello.
Of that. And Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any...
Kako prideš med aliene? Ali se sam naročiš, pa si v alien gangu, če pa hočeš biti alien junior ali pa alien sister, pa blablabla, se moraš pa član.
Very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now...
Pejda, Melane, pejda. O, jaz bi suši. Zdaj si ga lahko prvošem zaradi puščavarja. Kje je miška?
for creating a hoax, for creating any of this, or making any of this up. That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money. Because first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a community property.
We do not care.
So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you already heard from Ben, called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he owns.
Te njihovi prevodi pisali pre-nut pa post-nut.
But it says how much he made in 2015. It was 43 million.
Verjamem v Elene v vseh oblikah. Itak je neskončen vesolje. Razpada.
In 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She could have just said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
Sasha Delcot, hello! Are you objecting? Tudi takrat, ko je bila z Ilona Muskom, je bilo weird. Ja, tudi takrat ima on črnice, zdaj. Moramo se ugibati, če je to od nje, ampak ima pa jih. On po mojem res noče drame. On je tako, I'm a scientist, I don't give a shit, jaz hočem, da je svet razviti in da gre moj denar v to in boli me kurat za Amber, ker vem, da je čudna. In tip niti ni prišel ji pomagati ali karkoli, mislim. Ne, Elon Musk, ne James Franco, se pravi. Ni lih najbolj priljubljeno žensko bitje, kaj. Elenka, eno vprašanje imam. Kako se ti da cel dan tole gledati? Se časih je smešen, ampak 5-6 čas je nekaj zanimivo. Zakaj? Zato, ker vem, da je odločilen dan in za vas gledam, da zraven komentira, da Slovenija ima enega, ki slovensko to posreduje naprej, oziroma se vem, da Erasmo Kaja je tudi danes, ne? Oziroma ne vem, zdaj oni mene gledajo, I don't know. Brz za vas, veš, sej, ne vem, veseli me, da lahko vam to po slovensko naprej lapam. Kaj jaz vem? Če kdo čisto nič ne razume, še zmer lahko vmes kaj razložim. Drugače pa čisto, malo sem se uživela v ta primer, ker fucking mar mi je za fucking pravico, ker sem prvič slišala njune prepire in debate, sem bila tako, kakšna prasica, kakšna zloba. Jaz nisem prej za noben dokaz vedela, za nobeno šornico, samo slišala sem njune prepire in sem imela toliko triggerjev, toliko so fucked up te debate njune, toliko je ona zlobna, toliko je to manipulacija, no, da sem bila karuno, kaj da fuck je ta revaš čeza zajel, ker prav grozno mi je bilo in takrat naprej ne morem verjeti, da je ona enkrat zmagala na sodišču, ne morem verjeti, kva se dogaja in zdaj pač valjda sem sam srečna, da se dogaja kar vse, ker tudi če zdaj je ona zmagala, oba zgubita, pač Johnny nazaj, ga imamo radi, Johnny v dobu kariero, Johnny bo pač, Johnny bo v redu, Johnny ok, Johnny ta huj ščezdal, ona pa upam, da zdaj se izjebe life, ne, to je to. That's all I have to say. Kaj je sploh bilo? Imaš video na mojemu kanalu? Ene 3 videe nazaj, vse razložim. No, she did not! A veste, kaj je Kamil Veske skozi sprašvala? Did you, sitting here, a si donirala tok pa tok denarja? Ona mogla reči, ko je Amber rekla, I pledged, kao da isto, se pravi, ni donirala. Kamil bi mogla reči, zdaj, ko sediš tukaj, a ima ta bolnišnica tvoj denar za bolne otroke, ki ga potrebujejo? To bi mogla vprašati. Ubila bi jo, ne, nimajo. Se pravi, kako je isto donirati ali pa obljubiti oziroma pledžati? Kako da fuck je isto, če tega otroci nimajo, ko to rabijo? Kako da fuck si držaš reči, da je to isto? Sorry, kako nam.
Both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got
welcome to Alien Gang.
Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both, $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, But then she got sued here and hasn't been able to. She spent $6 million in attorney's fees. That is unrefuted. She still intends to pay.
Exactly, Zoja, Bog je njen enoleten otrok, res. Res.
From both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired. She can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully intends to. But she has to get out from under this first.
Now,
who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that? That sounds like psychological abuse to me. Now, Mr. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not a charitable person, and he hasn't written any big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks.
Depp je dejansko na mest Amber, oziroma za Amber je založil donacijo.
Let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go fast here. There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about.
Ja, ne pa Elaine je na začetku rekla, res bom hitra, ker vem, da ste že dolgo pa da ste zmatrani. Ja, super hitra si.
And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition. He didn't talk to anybody before his deposition.
Zakaj imam feeling, da se bo nekaj zgodilo na streamu? Amber bo Kamil bo pretepla Elaine. Kako jo gleda, Bruno. Je pa Elaine nehala telovaditi. Kaj, ko si je kontur delala, je pozabila? Fuck. A ja sem res. Gledaj, kada si imel Black Eye danes naredila.
From James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be married.
Ko jo Kamil gleda, stari moj.
Why did they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get
Lejo Kamil, Bruno,
because of the defamatory statements? When they came out, they took on
a kdo ve, ko Elaine konča, a lahko Kamil še pride nazaj kaj povedati? A kdo to ve?
How they tracked the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going, and he tracked all the way until...
Luka, za včlanit na moj kanal imaš od spod link v opisu, ali pa celo tak gumbak obstaja. Premalkrat težim, evo, pa sploh ne vem, kaj treba narediti. Membership se reče. Spod je.
It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere.
Ja, Donko, Tamara, ja. Imajo omejeno. Danes je vsaka stran imela 2 ure in to se jim zdaj izteka, predvsem od Amber, kakor vidiš, ker hiti. In malo živčno ratujem, ker se ful, to so zadnje minute.
It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity.
Zadnje minute sojenja se.
Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract. She got The Stand. All of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to. She
Serum
wasn't allowed to do anything for L'Oreal. She got shut down from her charitable work.
Še moj serum resnice.
She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about it.
Dan sem imela tle not Red Bull vodko, pa se še zmeraj čut.
Of the other comparators who all went way up. And by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information.
Tako slabo kvaliteto. Lara, jaz sem dala na največjo možno, tako da ne vem.
And I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent.
Ej, by the way, prejšnjič, ko ste gledali ta isti moj stream, a je imel boljšo ali slabšo kamero, ker zdaj imam dejansko na Streamlabs kamero.
She's been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities, but she used the base that Amber had. So she used the 4 million.
Tole imam na 720, vidiš.
She used the stands, you know, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between $47 and $50 million.
Coca-Cola, coffee.
Instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here. And that is when Don Hughes testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts.
Cela tehnika njenih odvetnikov je, da jimo totalno jo bogo žrtvu predstavljaš, kada fucking deluje, mislim. Ne moreš toliko lagati kot priča in zdaj pričakovat, da so že komorkoli smila. Just fucking go home, res. Daj, Elaine, no. You're better than that.
She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken
There goes the face again, the face of a victim.
As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued.
Elaine prav spomne na kakšno učiteljico glasbe v srednji, ki je tako ful že v letih, pa malo zmedena, pa ni na nivoju učencev, ki ful ne zna več animirati, pa noben jo resno ne jemlje, nima avtoritete. Aha, rekac.
Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages. We surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the
Patricia razreda spija. To je.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Konc!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments. But I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back to the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments.
A nadaljujemo še.
We'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other.
Ej, a nadaljujemo še? Preden greste, a še nadaljujemo stream, ker očitno battle closing arguments bojo čez 45 minut. Zakaj vedno se usujete lih kaj pauza? Prav dejansko vedno se poveča število gledalcev kaj pauza. A kak sta cute. Ej, Janač, pauza zdaj. Na sodnici, drag.
Just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay?
Zgleda ka sorting hat iz Harryja.
I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right, thank you.
Okay. Čez 45 minut se nadaljuje. Jaz predlagam z moje strani, da grem na pauzo, ker nima smisla, da sem tle. Tako da se vidimo čez 45 minut. A ne? Ja. I guess. Pridem nazaj, ja, ni druge. Mogoče grem telovati, mislim, ne se ne, danes mi navrata. Puščavar, malo še počak. Ups. A se vi fucking zajbavate? Jaz imam PMS. Ne smeš to. Jaz imam PMS, ne moreš mi 50 € donirati. Come on. Kdo pa je teja? Puščavar send mi, čak. The bot father... The bot Father puščavar. You made me cry. I'm an ugly crier. Čak, jaz to ne znam handlat. 50 fucking evrov, no, come on. Čak, doj te, jaz nekoga moram pozdraviti. Ok, prvo, jaz sem vam tole pustila pržgan, tako da lahko gledate. Ne razumem, kdo je kdo, ampak mislim, da je Father enako puščavar, če ni obema milijonkrat hvala, jaz pač ne moram, stari. I cried a little. Ne moram mizo razbiti, ker nimam mogla teh 50 evrov dati nazaj in sem mizo spet. Adeno. Ali bo lahko suši naročiva, veš. Kako cute, oh my god. Ne moram. Ne vem, kaj ne rečem, pač fucking hvala, res. To je, oh my god, ne moram verjeti, pač. Krik od veselja. Krik od veselja. Aliens, a ne? Ne, go Johnny! Go Johnny! A ste slišali Albusa, ki je zamjavkal? Ok, to je bilo zdaj za Johnnyja, pa zame pa vse. Zdaj vam jaz zavrtim tole naprej in grem na pauzo. Glejte stream, ker zdaj bojo elaborirali vse, kar se je dogajalo. Albus grmjavka. Gledaj, fucking ne moram verjeti, pač, ne moram. Se vidimo čez 40 minut. I love you guys.
There's tornado warnings out there. The weather is inclement. As you know, at the Low Crime Network, we've had our very own Jesse Weber. I can kind of see him in the corner of my eye at a monitor there. And I also see my good friend, Gene Rossi, getting ready to tee up your questions when we come back from the break. As you know, we're taking questions from the audience. They've been amazing. And our guests will be answering those questions, including Mr. Rossi. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome to a very special For the Record, everybody. I am Jesse Weber. We are here in Fairfax County, Virginia. I'm here with Gene Rossi. And by the way, you know, I should have needed a booster seat. I didn't realize this height differential while we're sitting. But we're right now not in front of the courthouse due to thunderstorms in the area. In fact, there was an Amber Alert that popped up in the middle of closing arguments. But that's what's happening right now. We are reporting live to you. That trial will be back soon. They're currently on a lunch break. We're live in closing arguments for the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. And during this lunch break, this is when we take your questions on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, email. Send your questions in, and we will answer them today. I'm not only here with the esteemed law and crime legal analyst Gene Rossi, I'm also here with law and crime legal analyst Dina Dahl, as well as trial attorney Catherine Lizardo. It's great to have everybody here. I'll start off with some questions. First up, we have from Leon1 Shrike on YouTube. How long is this break for? Till 2:10 Eastern. That's when we think that the lunch break will be over and the jury will come back in. Gene, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
This is from Stressed Potato on YouTube. Let's Stress Potato. During closing arguments, why hadn't Johnny's lawyers play Amber's testimony from yesterday admitting to writing the op-ed about Johnny for the jury?
You know, I don't know why they didn't do that. I think that's a very good point to counter the argument that was coming out from Mr. Rottenborn, that article really was a global comment about domestic abuse, and it really wasn't designed to affect his reputation, because that's what they got to show. It was designed to hurt and harm Johnny Depp. I don't know why they didn't play that. That's a very good question.
Yeah, because a lot of our viewers were saying that was a little bit of a slip-up from Amber Heard. And talking about again, we are going to take all your questions this hour, but to give you a sense of what you might have missed, here's a portion of Johnny Depp's his closing argument from earlier this morning. Take a look.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colbert, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story.
Okay, a powerful moment there from Camille Vasquez saying you have to believe that Amber Heard is telling the truth and everyone else is not telling the truth. We're getting more of your questions right now on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, however you want to send them in. I have a question from Tammy Japink from YouTube. Did the judge just tell Amber's team that they only had 6 minutes left? That is correct. So there are time limits here for these closing arguments. Amber's team only has 6 minutes left for a rebuttal closing argument. Johnny Depp's team, 39 minutes. That's exactly how we know how much longer these closing arguments are going to go before deliberations begin. Okay, Catherine Lizardo, a question for you from Declan Cooley on Facebook. Did Amber's team deliberately misuse the term malice to mean maliciousness? Isn't that trying to mislead the jury?
Exactly. I caught on on that, and we were talking about that during the break, that when Ellen Bredehoff actually used malice to show sinister, that's not what actual malice is in this case, because we're talking about defamation. Remember that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are public figures. That's why the element of actual malice is included in the jury instructions. But actual malice means that you made the statement false, and knowing that it's so false and with such reckless disregard that it's tantamount to willful disregard of truth. But when she used it in her closing, she said, you know, that Waldman, when he threw the paper at Amber Heard, that's malice, that's sinister. That's not what malice is. And you can see Camille and Ben Chu talking and trying to figure out, are we going to object here or not? Maybe we'll hear that in the rebuttal. And they should put that in their rebuttal.
They really should. That's such an important term. That's really the whole case. That's why when we talk about defamation, that actual malice standard is so important for the jury to understand the definition, and it's a really high definition. It's a really high standard. Okay, so now I'm going to go to you, Dina. We have a question from one of our Twitch followers, Corporal Roll Mops. What do they object to in a closing argument? I read somewhere that this can be seen as unprofessional. So do you think Johnny Depp's side looks bad since they objected a lot more?
You know, I think that Elaine was doing a fantastic job. And I say that as somebody who I think that Amber Heard was probably going to lose her case because of how many inconsistencies she has. But the way she had the facts and the legal arguments, and I think Johnny Depp's team realized that. And they were trying to make sure that if she said anything, it was, you know, really held to a high standard. But that could have really backfired because the jury wants to hear this. This is their last chance to kind of hear an uninterrupted version of events. And it makes it look like they have to. It looks a little bit desperate, I think, the number of times they objected to her.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Gene, I'll throw another question. Sure. One of our followers from Mexico, this is somebody who tweeted us. This is from @AmazingAndy. Amazing Andy. I thought you couldn't object on closing arguments. Why did Johnny Depp's attorneys do it? Hola from Mexico.
I was just in Mazatlan. There's two reasons why you object. One, the attorney for the other side is misstating the law. The other reason is they're misstating facts, grossly misstating facts. And there's actually a third reason, which is nefarious. An attorney is doing it to put the other side off stride. And I gotta say this, Mr. Chu made some objections that I thought were okay. They were overruled as I understand it. But you cross the line when you make too many objections during closing. I make very few because I think it looks bad in the eyes of the jury. You're trying to hide it. And if I'm getting up to respond to them, you know I'm going to address what they said.
So that's a really good point, and now we're talking about what the response is going to be. Dean, I'll go to you. We have somebody from Twitch. It's Amia2837. Do you think Team Amber can actually do something with that 6 minutes that they have left over in the rebuttal? I don't think they can push anything out. Johnny Depp's team was smart with how they arranged their time.
And time has been such a big issue this whole case, and how ironic it might be if it comes down to strategy of literally just time. I mean, like I said, I think that Elaine did a really strong, closing, the initial part of it. So we'll see. I think it is going to hurt them that they only have 6 minutes. They're going to have to be really strategic on which points, and there's a lot of points to rebut.
And we're seeing reporting from, I guess, the camera that Elaine Bredehoff might have been surprised by how much time they actually have left. Maybe they didn't actually strategize the right way there. Okay, Catherine Lizardo. This is from @Tweak on Twitch. This is actually from Twitter. Why do you think Heard has what seems like an impulse with staring, posing to the camera? And have you ever seen anything similar in other cases? I've never seen someone stare with so much hatred and disdain. Also, what do you think of her denying smirking and laughing in her last testimony?
Yes, so we tell our clients to go ahead and make sure you make contact, right? But you can only do that to a certain extent without looking weird or nefarious or looking like you're smirking, which is what's happening here. I think you have to do that authentically, and it's not coming across authentic when she does that. And when she says she's not smirking, unfortunately, we see something like that that on the air, and it's our interpretation of what it's going to look like or what we think she's doing, and it doesn't look like smirking, or maybe that's her nervous way of showing her emotion. As we see, Johnny Depp sometimes would smirk or laugh too, but we see on the stand that when a very crucial fact that is emotional or hard to digest comes up, that he has a tendency to smile or smirk, and that's their tendency.
Well, they're both performers. We can't be, that surprised. I'm going to do a favor right now for one of our YouTubers. I mainly just want Jesse to read this name on air. Lucy Megapint. Are we surprised? Lucy Megapint? We knew where that came from. But Lucy does have a question. Are we on lunch? Are we in deliberations? We are in lunch. There's still rebuttal closing arguments. We're not quite in the deliberation phase yet. So, Gene, I go to you now. This is another question that we have. It's an interesting one. This is from Mira Knoll on YouTube. Are the juries allowed to talk publicly if they want to? I don't know the official ruling yet on what's going to happen afterwards, but assuming they are allowed to speak publicly, do you think that they should?
All right, let me do the second question first. I don't think they should in a high-profile case like this. The first question is, yes, in Virginia, I talked to a juror a couple days ago who's the foreperson of a jury I had in March and early April. So in Virginia, unless there's a court order otherwise, state jurors can be called, you can interview them, and they can run their mouth and do whatever they want. Even at the federal level, and when I was an assistant U.S. attorney, we could not call the jurors, but they could talk to the public if they wanted to.
It's an interesting question, given the high-profile nature of this case and, kind of what we're seeing outside with a lot of people having strong opinions here. All right, Dina, before we hit a break, I want to go to you real quick from Facebook. This is from Esther Matthew. Depp's lawyers lacked a bit of emotion during their closing argument. You think this is an issue?
Depp's lawyers? I actually thought that Benjamin Chu gave a lot of emotion there at the end of his opening. It almost sounded, the camera wasn't on his face, but when he talked about how he has lost his reputation and his name and mentioned his children, there was a long pause, and then after he spoke, it really sounded like he was choked up. And that was the very end of his closing, and then him and Johnny Depp embraced. So I actually thought that was quite emotional for a lawyer during closing arguments, and definitely more than we've seen from Amber Heard's team so far.
And let's see what happens with the rebuttal closings after lunch. All right, we're going to hit a break. Before we do, want to let you know that we have not even a question, kind of a question for you, Gene, from Twitch. Garage 4618108. Gene, how tall are you, man? Too tall. Too tall is the answer.
Okay, I'm 5'10", and I wish I were 6'5", because I would have played in the NBA. 40/41, Bianchi.
You should have told them 6'8". That makes me look so short right now. All right, guys, we have to hit a break. We're going to take your questions, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook. Get them over to us, email them to us. We'll answer them on air. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Right now, we are in a lunch break in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. This is the time that we take your questions on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, email. Get your questions to us, and we will answer them right now. I'm here with Gene Rossi. I'm here with Dina Dahl, Catherine Lizardo. We're getting some great questions from our viewers right now. And by the way, as soon as we get a feed back into that courtroom with rebuttal closing arguments, we will jump live. Catherine Lizardo, got a question coming in from Facebook. This is from Mary M. DiGastino. When Mr. Rottenborn, who is representing Amber Heard, had said, if Johnny Depp is found abusing her one time, she wins, he said that several times. Do you think that the jury really likes that when people do that? And let me also throw in, what do you think about that comment that if the jury believes one instance of abuse, she wins?
It's true by law that if the jury finds that Johnny Depp committed even one abuse, whether it's emotional, psychological, or physical abuse, that Johnny Depp loses his defamation case because it would be true. Again, the statement of domestic abuse has to be false in terms of him. In terms of whether the jury likes that, Rottenborn had to point that out because that's one of their strongest argument here. But again, there's that question as to whether or not Johnny Depp wins or loses legally with his defamation claim. Does that matter in the scheme of things for Johnny Depp? And with his rebuttal testimony yesterday, I think the answer is no, that it doesn't matter for him whether he wins or loses. What mattered for him was he was able to tell his truth, the truth, and his side of the story.
And I'll just put it this way, if you're going to re-emphasize a point, that's the point you want to re-emphasize. Jury, you just find one instance of abuse and Johnny Depp loses. I think he wants to keep repeating that psychological, mental, verbal, emotional abuse as many times as he can. So what we're going to do is we're going to take more of your questions, but to give you an idea of what happened with Amber Heard's side, here's a portion of her side's closing argument from earlier today.
But we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp. And you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning. But you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that.
All right, so we're taking more of your questions right now on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. And the biggest question I think people have right now is, why are we here? Why are we not outside of the courthouse? There are severe thunderstorms outside. In fact, there was an Amber Alert, kind of a weather alert, not an Amber Alert, kind of a weather alert that came on everybody's phone in the courtroom today. So we're doing the best that we can with what we have. Hopefully everybody can appreciate that Gene and I, we're trying to do everything we can. Gene, I actually have a question for you. This is from Nancy J. Williams on Facebook. Gene, how is it possible for Amber's team to assume they know what Johnny is sorry for? And how can that be considered admission of abuse? He's an addict and could possibly be talking about getting drunk and high, and he's ashamed of that. Shouldn't that be taken into consideration?
Well, here's the thing, members of the jury, audience. What Johnny Depp feels is really not the issue. It's a great question, but we have to focus on this one issue. If in the multiple allegations the jury finds one that is true, and Mr. Heard made multiple, then Amber Heard wins. And that's all that has to be proven. And the other thing is, clear and convincing burden of proof for actual malice, that's pretty tough. So right now, Depp's team has a little bit of a heavy lift right now, and they better do a good rebuttal in their 39 minutes, or this case could go towards Amber Heard.
And again, Amber Heard's side only has 6 more minutes to make their arguments. All right, Dina Dahl, I'm going to give you a question, 2 questions. They're very similar from 2 of our followers, from Beck on YouTube. In your professional opinion, Dina, how long do you think the jury will deliberate? And also from Simply Sarah B, first-time chatter, first-time viewer on Twitch. We thank you for that. Do you guys think we will get a verdict today? So Dina, I throw it to you.
Okay, great question. You know, jurors do like to give verdicts on Fridays, and they do like to get up before holidays, because they've been doing this for 6 weeks. They want to be done with it. They want to go home. It is possible we could get one today. On the other hand, there's quite a lot of evidence to go through. Typically what happens when juries start to deliberate is they elect a foreperson and they take an initial vote. If they take an initial vote and they agree, or they all but one agree, we'll see something today. Otherwise, I think just a few days. It will not go that long, again, because they've been doing this for so long. One thing that can also come into consideration is the judge is not allowing any readback of the testimony, which would add time. So the jury is only going to be able to look at that laptop with the audio and video and look at their notebook with the trial exhibits, and that's it. They're going to only be able to talk about that. They're not going to be asking for any readbacks. That will shorten the deliberation time also. So yes, possibly today, if not a little bit into next week, but definitely not a whole week, I think.
Catherine Lozano, we're getting a number of people's questions about the time limits in this case. This is from I Am Tweak on Twitch. What's the purpose of the time limit, and why has it been prescribed? I'm even more curious after hearing you mention this isn't common, because I haven't seen it often either. And with Amber's team to have wasted most of it through the whole trial.
Yes, it is not common to see this type of time limit. We've seen time limits in opening statements or closing statements to keep them short, but not as to the entire trial. But you know what's interesting is yesterday when the judge and the lawyers were talking about the jury instruction, she actually made a comment about the time limit. She said, if you create a circle and ask people to just stay within that circle, they will put everything in that circle, which I think she was talking about the time limit, and they were talking about the time limit. That if she puts a time limit, they will get everything in within that time limit. That's very important. So that's Judge Esperati's strategy, and I think it worked. In terms of Amber Heard's legal team, they have used so much of their time, and I think they did not use it wisely in some of the witnesses that wasn't really that helpful, or with the objections and a lot of the speaking objections that they made, because I think those also count for their time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of surprising about it. We don't usually see that. We don't really see it in the criminal trials that we cover here on Law and Crime. Gene, you have a fan from the Gaming Fox Z2 on Twitch. I love the time. It looks good on you. Good sir from Australia. Everyone is asking Gene today. He is more famous than you today, meaning more famous than me. Gene is more famous than all of us, so I'm not surprised by that. But I do have a question for you. This is from Obi Carbs 6 from Twitch. How important are these closing statements, closing arguments? How important are these closing arguments and rebuttals? Does the jury get to utilize all the evidence on their own time when not in the courtroom to make their decision? So kind of 2 questions.
Oh, God, that's great. I always teach my young puppies, my young prosecutors and young attorneys, when you're trying a case, you always think about the final mosaic. What is the impression, the painting, the tiles, if you will, that you're going to give to the jury? And every minute of every day of trial has to go to that final mosaic. Closing arguments are when you present that mosaic. And all 4 of them have done an outstanding job, because it's the last impression, the last painting you're giving that jury. They take those paintings into the jury deliberation room, and they use the evidence and say, which painting matches the evidence? I love closings. I love them.
Primacy and recency, it's going to be the last thing the jury hears before they go into the deliberations. That's why today is so important. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll take more of your questions. Stay with us. right, welcome back, everybody. We're currently in a lunch break right now in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. This is the time we take your questions on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, email. Send them in. We will answer them on air. The biggest question I think we're getting is, why are we in a parking garage right now? Why are we not outside the courthouse like we usually are? There are severe thunderstorms in the area. We're trying to stay safe. We're trying to be inside so we can get back to you, to reporting as best as we can what's happening in that courtroom and outside that courtroom. Here with Gene Rossi. I'm here also with Dina Dahl, Catherine Luzardo. Question we have from Christina W. on YouTube. Is the jury decision going to be live too? That is our plan, to bring it to you live. Whether or not Johnny Depp or Amber Heard will actually be in that courtroom is an entirely separate issue. They don't have to be there. All right, so Dina, I'm going to go to you. We have a question from YouTube, from one of our YouTubers, Look Alive Sunshine. Is it common for a lawyer to not believe their own client? In this case, if Amber's own lawyers didn't believe her, would they still be on the case or ignore their thoughts to do their job?
Okay, that's a great question. And, I mean, we have public defenders who are assigned cases all the time, regardless of whether or not they believe their client. So lawyers definitely can take a case, even if they don't believe their client. What they're not allowed to do is put that client on the stand and allow them to testify if they know that what they're going to be testifying to is a lie. But otherwise, you know, in terms of private practice, a lawyer may not take a case if they don't believe the case, just because they don't think they can win it. And as a lawyer in private practice, you want to be able to win your cases. I mean, certainly you can still take a case even if you don't believe them, if you think you can do a good legal job and win. But for the most part, I would say lawyers usually take cases and only when they believe their clients, just because if they can pick and choose, they would rather take a case they believe in.
And a case that they think they can win as well. We're getting a lot of procedural questions,
Yes,
a ton of them.
yes.
People are very interested in the process. So, from Kimberly Belver on YouTube, from a juror's perspective, how is a ruling of stricken different than an objection sustained, you know, by the judge? How should the jurors treat these differently? Thank you.
That's a fantastic question. An objection sustained means I ask a question, how many times did you rob a bank? Objection sustained, that means that question is gone. When something is stricken, it's a witness says something or an attorney says something that is so prejudicial that those sentences have to be stricken from the transcript. They're almost the same. They're like fraternal twins. They accomplish the same thing, but they're just a little bit different.
Yeah, and you know, they're going to get an instruction that not to take that into consider. Well, obviously the evidence that comes in, they're supposed to, but they're not to take anything away from the stricken, not to use it against the party. All right, so I have a question for Catherine Luzardo. This is from James Moriarty on YouTube. By the way, isn't that like a Sherlock Holmes villain? Anyway, James Moriarty, to Catherine Luzardo. Can the jury really take all the text allegedly by Johnny Depp as a reliable evidence? I mean, in the closing arguments, that's all Rottenborn talked about mostly.
They can, and it is evidence. We saw certain texts that were admitted into evidence, so they have to take that into consideration. Now, whether or not they will solely rely on that, of course they won't, because there's a lot of evidence here. There's video testimony, deposition testimony, text messages. Those are documents that you can rely as evidence. Now, Rottenborn actually used those text messages a lot because it's more visual and we see it. But I have to point out, he used the same text message that was at issue yesterday, where Johnny Depp said that he didn't write that. But yeah, I believe Angela also discussed that yesterday, that yeah, it doesn't seem like that's something that came from Johnny Depp, that it was actually a third person in that text thread. So that was interesting.
Yeah, Dina, this is a question that we've gotten a lot this past week as we're coming to the conclusion of the case. This is from Amanda Canning on YouTube. Can either of them appeal after the verdict?
Absolutely, and they most likely will. You know, if they lose the case and end up having to owe the person money, they can appeal the verdict. And we know that a lot of the objections, especially, I don't know if you noticed, but the jury instructions yesterday, one of the objections that Depp's attorney really wanted to make is, I believe they wanted the instruction to say that the statement had to be false or or that its implication has to be false, which is very important. If he loses that case, it could be on that point. And she said, yes, don't worry, we have that on the record. The reason why he wanted it on the record is that would be a strong issue on appeal. So definitely if somebody loses, they will most likely appeal.
Great question, important question. All right, Gene, I know we're signing you off very soon, so I want to get one more to you from Twitch. Opalaria wasn't saying the jury's decision has an effect on the First Amendment misleading and possibly scaring the jury into siding with Amber. The First Amendment isn't relevant to defamation or suits between individuals, only the government. You have about a minute.
I respectfully disagree. This case is in part on the First Amendment. I think Mr. Rottenborn did a very good job that under Virginia law, if you are exercising your First Amendment right about a public policy issue and you don't have actual malice, you have immunity from any lawsuit. So in part, I respectfully disagree.
All right, well, here's what we're going to do. So, Gene, I know we have to sign you off, but Ken, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. But we're bringing in Anjanette Levy, who is in the courtroom today. So if you have any questions about what that atmosphere looked like, maybe what the jurors' reactions are, throw those questions in. We're still going to do the live Q&A session. Catherine Lizardo, Dina Dahl are going to stay with me. We're going to remain in this parking garage where we can stay safe. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll take a very quick break, and we'll get to more of your questions on the other side. We'll be right back, right after this.
It is I, the Amber Police. Me and my water. Kaj ste lupčki? Kaj zdaj? To zdaj zazvenim k mojka, da sem se dol napila vmes.
Alright, welcome back to For the Record, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. I'm here with Anjanette Levy, my co-host, by the way, of the Sidebar podcast. If you want to follow anything that happens in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, daily recaps, check out the Sidebar podcast. It's co-hosted by both Anjanette and I. First, I want to let you know there's a lunch break happening in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. As soon as we get a live feed back in that courtroom, we will jump back live.
Kanisha, day.
Right now during this lunch break on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, email, send them over to us. We'll answer them in the next maybe 10 minutes or so before they come back. First question that we keep getting is, why are we here? Why are we in a parking garage? There are severe thunderstorms in the area, so we can't actually be outside. Like we normally are. Maybe that'll clear up. Maybe we'll actually get to be back out there later on today. We're just trying to stay safe. But Anjanette, first question we have is from Kate Pace on Twitter.
Okay.
Please tell me everything about the jurors' reactions to each lawyer's closing, please, because you were in the courtroom today.
And that was in all caps, right?
That was in all caps.
Important.
All caps.
Yes, all caps. Okay, so when Camille Vasquez got up to begin her part of the closing argument, the jurors, she said good morning, and they all smiled at her. So it was very interesting. You know, I mentioned earlier, she's wearing the white dress. I think it really makes a statement. It's very bold. So I think that they were really paying attention to everything she had to say. Other than that,
Kje ste, dragi moji? Čak, zdaj govorijo še o tem, kako je porota reagirala na Camille.
Obviously, we saw the cupboard, the kitchen cupboard, or the kitchen cabinet video again. When that started playing, after what we heard from Morgan Tremaine, I don't know if you felt it, but I felt a lot.
A že predolgo to traja? Jaz sem zdaj okrevala od šoka 50 €. Pač kva. Ne, še vedno en kiro... Cejo moram pozdraviti. Albus? Cejo. Cejo, kjer to je, jaz poznam. Koščavri, tukaj. Ti ne veš, kakšen šok je to zame, stari. Pa če to parperu to gledam, pa si mislim, fuck. Mojo žlahtnico. Cejo. Daj mi še prim... Aja, sem to pa... Ne, Nikon. Nadaljujejo zdaj kmal, ampak sem prejle slišala, ko so imeli tele pogovore med sabo. Zakaj vedno en drakec na glav? Ja, prej sem slišala, ko so imeli tele debate, da imajo od Amber Keepa ima samo še 6 minut časa. Alenkatrogrlic. Alenkatrogrlic. Pojma nimam, res. Je pa res, da jaz ful slab poznam svojo žlahto, tako da ne bom preveč pametna. Joj. Mislim, teli se tožijo šle za 50 milijonov, jaz pa 50 € takole dobim, mislim. Veš. Ne, res ne moram verjeti. Kva 6 minut preveč? A ja, 6 minut preveč, ja. Pa zamujajo, po mojem. A jaz drekec malo maknem. A gremo kakšne tele gledat? TikToke. Amen.
That's one of them, right? That's right. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's one of them. That is one of them. We just don't like you, Amber.
We just don't like you, Amber, but fuck it.
Heard, right? That's one of them, right?
Pak so dali tega najbolj resnega odvetnika, da je tako 6krat rekel Amber Third, pač to zmaga. Drugač, Panteon, ko si peril tu... Drugač, Panteon, ko si peril tu oblak, ko se mu je na koncu streama sfukal, kaj je doniral. Ker je rekel pero, da je anonim. Drugač, Panteon... Jaz boh ne znam brat. Je ko si peril tu oblak. Ja, okej, izgubil se me, ne razumem. Verjamem pa, da se pero tu sfukal. To se velikrat zgodi. Na dober način, na super način. Daj, lahko začnemo, kaj zdaj je fora?
Don't eat it. Everyone stay away from that. Sounds pretty toxic. Catherine Lazaro, what happens if the jury...
A nič ne imam 45 minut. A ja, to pa po mojem vem, kva misliš, ja. Kdaj se spet to ne nadaljuje, ne vem, 5 minut nazaj, pač ne vem, kva delajo. Po mojem bi mogli biti kot 5 minut nazaj, no. Ali ne? Ne, Lara, nič nisi zamudila, čakamo, da se začne, ne vem, kaj delajo. A moram jaz bolj... What did I do? I made a boo-boo. Can we continue with the trial? Še tisti, ki niste slišali, baje ima od Ember ekipa samo še 6 minut časa za argumente. Ker je full sexy, full lover. Ker se pravi, ja, ker je preveč, je en rekel od vas. Boljš? Ne. Ne vem. Ej, by the way, vi ste tle, pa če nimate nas započeti, jaz iščem za svoj rojsten dan Julija en tak plec, ki je full cute, po možnosti bo vodi, pa da lahko ljudi prespijo. Nov član! Alien Junior, Gašper! Juj, oj! Juj! Zdaj boš pa res lahko na pico šla. Ma ne, ali to sem govorila, zdaj grem lahko na freaking sushi. Pa je po pici se mi je fušiš se mi zaluštal. Fuši in zdaj grem lahko na fuši. 2 človeka greva lahko na fuši. Jaz ne morem verjeti, stari. Ker zdaj sem v life tako nenormalno stroškov nabral. In sem prav ganjena, no, ker nisem tako zaokrasen, ampak je res tako thanks, stari. Mislim, da best pač, tako. Res. Kako si čudovito, res, skozi boljše. Čud se, da se retrogradni Merkur končuje, res. Pa kar Alien Junior, jaz smo dovolj. Joj, zdaj imaš to full cute nalepko Aliena, ta je res cute. Kako ste vi, dragi moji alienčki? Pa koliko časa to dan še trajali? Kaj se sploh dogaja? Ne vem. Zdaj imajo te zadnje argumente, to razumem, in pol bo najbrž sodnica še enkrat povedala poroti, kako naj razmišlja o teh argumentih, in pol bo porota najbrž rekla, ok, bomo razmislili do torka, če mene vprašaš, je to. Sem ti rekel 5 minut pred tem, da se bo nekaj na streamu zgodil. Ja, dejansko, ja. Jaz pa skoro razmišljam, kva se bo zgodil? Jaz sem mislila, da ti ugibaš, da se bo pač nekaj zgodil na sodišču, a ne? Res, fucking amazing. Pa ful bi rada redno snemala, mislim, ne snemala, streamala, ker mi je res zabavno, tako, se samo usedeš, pa hangaš s folkam sam, moram najdeti stvar, ki jo hočem redno streamati, a štekate. Tole zdaj je idealno, ne? Ampak kaj je še drugega tacga? Zame, da res veselim se vsedem pa streama, veš, da ni kar neki. Scary zgodbe so bile cool, ampak je bilo tako full script, full je bilo tako, popredalčkano, až ni chill, ampak je bilo tako pač branje, ne zgodb. Več streamov, please. Jaz GTA roleplay začne igrati. Mislim, definitivno bila enkrat probala, pa se pojo odločim, da nam rekla ne. To zdaj vsi gledajo, ja, exactly, pač to zdaj vsi gledajo, ne. Kaj ti, stari, vej. A je že konc sojenja? Ne, nadaljujemo. Od Amber ekipa ima samo še 6 minut za, kako se že reče, argumente. Samo še 6 minut, tako da hvala Bogu, zdaj bomo slišali Elaine, kako full hit nabija. Govori pač, to bo zdaj full awkward. Pa ne vem, ali jo še v depa prišli ali ne, zna biti, ja. Kaj pa v Johnnyja? Ja, to se sprašujem, a bo v Johnnyja ekipa sploh še prišla nazaj govoriti? Po moje, da lahko da bo. Ne bi bilo bad. Pa bom povedala, kva bo. Kar 200 vas je spet. Dej, malo gor, da vas bo 222, koliko prej skozi. A veš.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Battle arguments. Aha, Kamil. Zdaj Kamil, pa bo pa verjetno spet Elaine ali pa Rottenborn finiširal. Itak nima za burek. Šli so na pauzo, pozavljali prijeti nazaj, ja. Ja, pejte na 666, ajde. Gledalcev.
Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. They've mischaracterized the testimony of police officer Signs and Helen, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of...
6 ur sem na live-u, ne 5, 6! 5 ur 41 minut! The fuck, kaj se dogaja z mano?
Who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues.
Prej smo si dali roko, če bo Amber nazaj v Aquamanu, ne gledamo Aquaman.
They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied 6 years ago on May 27, 2016, when she walked into court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over again.
Kdo je 2 tedna na streamu, se ti zajebavaš?
Divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that broken promise with more lies on this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18th, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic abuse, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp representative of perpetrators. She's come too far. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people.
Yes.
So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. And she keeps making new claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her birthday prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year she had testified.
Amber vsakič, ko Camille izpostavi neko njeno travmo, tako zaigra, kako je boga, pa kuj nazaj gleda, pa poslušaš, kada nič ni. Pravno, dej fucking nehi.
It never stays the same.
By the way, zdaj Camille govori poroti, a ne, ki tja obrnena k poroti, in ba je, kuj kaj Camille not prišla prejšnjo rundo še razlagati, ba je, so se ji vsi ful lepo nasmejali, tako da to je dober znak.
Amber has been confronted with her lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. You've watched her performance on the stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the jury, to decide the truth. I started this...
Marko, lepo, da si zdaj spoznal smisel direkcije.
Words matter. And this case is about Ms. Heard's words. The words she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this.
Zdaj, ful nevarna situacija, ker če Amber dokaže, oziroma prepriča poroto, da je sam enkrat Johnny ne karkoli naredil, je že zmagala. In zdaj mora Camille res jih obrniti v smer, da ne, fucking Johnny ni nič naredil in please ne verjeti Amber.
Ms. Heard has no right to tell the world that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her, when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. And it is a core value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot and should not be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend herself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The only way to clear his name was to stand up in this court, where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and
Meni se zdi, da jo Elaine tako gleda, da je z njo, a veš, prav tako jo.
exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed to sue him back. And because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims of abuse.
Amber pa danes Julija Timošenko luk fura, ja, dejansko.
But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including security professionals, former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying. Covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that she's the one telling the truth.
Koliko je še tega ne veliko, po mojem imajo teli od Johnnyja še max pol ure, oni pa sam še 6 minut, tako da ne dolg. Ne vem pa, kaj bo na koncu.
This case is about whether you believe Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Keenan Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly, who worked in the prisons in the UK. Starling Jenkins, a former US Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, who worked for the Queen of England. David Kipper, Dr. David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Officer Sines.
Danes po vsej verjetnosti še ne bo zbran zmagovalec oziroma tisk, ki dobi tožbo zaradi tega, ker rab porota najbrž še malo časa, ker se mora konkretne stvari odločiti, ne sam kdo je zmagal, ampak tako več stvari, kot sem to.
Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts.
A se predstavljate zdaj tam poroto, ko morajo vse to 17krat poslušati? Pač ok, sej, ampak zdaj jim gre tudi že na živce, kao, ja, se smo že vse slišali, še vse cool.
Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager. Laura Wasser, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight. Beverly Leonard. Morgan Tremaine. And Kate Moss. And all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. They have everything to lose. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making...
Tole sojenje je v Virginiji. Ura je pa tam, čak, 6 ur nazaj, se pravi zdaj ura 4 popoldne? Ja? Ne, 2. Pardon.
She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning. In other words,
hvala, slow muzika.
That her abuse claims are not...
Slow muzika, ti si tako ful informativno uporaben.
...overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time talking about actual malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were false or reckless, that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, there is clear evidence that Mr. Waldman genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition.
Tisti, ki sprašujete, kje to gledam, dejansko tle piše Law and Crime Channel.
The numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this record, none, that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the record. It's also important to understand that because Mr. Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp,
Komu kaže slabše? Če bi bil to primer, kjer je treba samo dokazati, kdo je koga zlorabljal, je Johnny zmagal, preden sta sploh prišla na sodišče. V primeru, zakaj je Johnny njo tož, oziroma kakšne so točke, ki jih morajo sprejeti ali pa opustiti v imenu Johnnyja, je pa zelo tam, oziroma ne kaže Amber sploh slabo. Oziroma je velika verjetnost, da oba zgubita.
Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's statement.
Hvala, Aida. Točno
Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Dr. Curry also found that Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. Heard hired Dr. Don Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. One that is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis.
Amber se fucking smeje, dej ta nasmeh preč. Kuk nagražen.
Without administering the gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD.
Tako še malo resnosti pri tej bajti.
Before administering the test she admitted was the gold standard. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her evaluation of Ms. Heard, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally. Nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test, there were a number of deficiencies in her administration of that test. You saw them. including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable.
Ja, ker nima to veze. Vsem je jasno, da je ona njega tepla, ampak ne gre se tožba za to. To sploh nima veze. Lahko je ona njega 1000krat pretepla, če je on njo sam enkrat in to ona dokaže, je izgubil. That's the problem. Pač sodišča so fucked up.
Because of or by Mr. Waldman's statements. There's evidence of a mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face.
Poopy.
But none of that has anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost because of the statements. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other adverse effect on her major film, Aquaman 2.
Ja, ful imajo pjać, sam res. Kjera reklama za Coca-Cola, stari? Pa Fiji vodo.
But for the statements from Mr. Waldman, Ms. Heard would be a much more successful in her career.
Meni je najbolj fascinantno, da jim ne dajo nalepk dola, veš.
Actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marks, who does deal...
Top Secret ne gre za to. Sploh ne gre za to. Gre za to, zakaj se gre tožba. On jo ni tožil, da ga je udarila. On je njo tožil, da mu je kariero zjebala in če... Moje prejšnje videe, poglejte. Zdaj pa že predolgo to razlagam. Res. Ne gre za to, ženska, moški. To nikdar ne sme država gledati, ker to bi bilo fucked up. Ne gre za to. Gre za to, da jo ne toži za to, da ga je udarila.
She's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel. And she's in every single Spider-Man movie.
Ja, sej nasploh to nima veze, a ne? V tem svetu res ne več.
The Q-scores of these actors are
Ne
not
bi
at all
smel imeti totalno,
comparable
ja.
with Ms. Heard's Q-scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors, and all of Ms. Heard's Q-scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors to calculate Ms. Heard's damages, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to the Waldman statements, to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find damage to her career, you have to connect it to the defamatory statements. There is no connection. Mr. Banya testified that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have no causal connection to the statements underlying Ms. Heard's counterclaims. Specifically, Ms. Heard's expert, Mr. Ron Schell, presented a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including Justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting accompanying tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman, not Mr. Depp.
Ker če bi pri nam šel na policijo pa rekel, da se ženska pretepla, bi se skoraj smejali. Marsikje mogoče res v Sloveniji, ker je seksizem fucked up na vseh področjih. Tako, ker je dovoljen žensko na vsakem koraku objektificirati, moški ne more biti svobodno čustven in pač imeti takih problemov. Slovenija nasploh glede tega je ful odzad, ja, ampak upam, da delamo vsi na tem in razmišljamo pravilno.
Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which stated, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instructions this morning that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article if she, quote, retransmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, affirmatively reiterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. She posted it on her Twitter. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, her own Twitter followers. And she affirmatively...
Resno, to je bilo iz Pentagona, ne me jebat. Hudo. Nisem vedela. Prestolnica je Washingtona. Jaz še vedno mislim, da bosta oba zgubila. Upam, to bi bilo top. Ker če zgubita sojenje kot tako, ker se tiče denarja, recimo, je še zmer Johnny dobil vse, kar je hotel. Pač dobil jo gled, dobil nazaj vloge, vse bo dobil. Ona je pa basically zgubila vse, ker se je zajebala do konca. Tako da, tudi če oba zgubita, je to zmaga, basically.
Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made against Mr. Depp. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury.
Perjury! Say to! I need it!
Mr. Ronyan argued that the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't document all the terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is a woman who's documenting things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp sleeping. She documented lines of cocaine, featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company, or production company, Infinitum. Stage photographs.
Torej bo spet nadaljevanje Piratov s Karibov, dvomam, ker Johnny Depp noče več nazaj k Disneyju ali pa Warner Brosu. Baje. Ne vem. Ali bo kakšno je vaše strokovno mnenje o dogajanju? He could not care less. Or do you? He says he's hungry.
She would have had serious injuries.
And
That's a fact.
he wants to know why is Ram always gone.
That would have been observable in the pictures we looked at and by the witnesses who were there, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word.
Exactly. Vse, kar imajo od nje, njena beseda. To je to.
We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbally abusive. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband...
To je bilo točno 6 let nazaj.
She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sexual violence. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words.
Mr. Bean prihaja na Netflix, ne me
physical and sexual abuse. She was not alleging emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations now. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged.
Prej so hoteli nakazati, kao, tudi če je on samo eno grdo besedo ni rekel, da je kao že emotional abuse, da to tudi šteje. Fucking ne. Sexual pa physical.
Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find in her favor, because that makes her a victim of abuse. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand. We all did. She gave the performance of her life, telling you story after story of abuse. And not just any abuse, but
Prič ne bo več, prič je konc. To je zdaj so samo še zadnje besede, ki bojo odvetniki izrekali in pojo vse na poroti, ker bojo odločili danes ali pa v torek, ampak verjetno v torek. Nič več drugega, nič.
None of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme allegations, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and the world about being raped. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about?
Exactly.
You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once. Either he hit her countless times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth.
Yes. Camille je res carica, no?
And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? That's an important question. It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once.
Yeah.
It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. And by extension, Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard is showing you a lot of text messages from Mr. Depp with some very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use. And you probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunter S. Thompson. And he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things, and he said things that he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use Mr. Depp's words against him, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words. You've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard can try to distract you with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language.
Dejansko, vse kar Amber ima, so te screenshoti grdih besed, ker niti niso njej namenjene bile. Ker je najmanj, ker nekdo, ki je abuzen, lahko od sebe sprav. Pa niti ne dejansko tismo, ki ga je abuzal, ampak pač drugim. To je vse, kar Amber ima, mislim. Še to ni...
Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false. That it is more likely than not that they have a defamatory implication. That it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp.
Ko misliš, da imajo zlobne ženske zmer kite? Kdo pa še? Daenerys? Ne.
Made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public.
Fritz, še vedno. Če sem 50 evrov dobila, sem čisto v šoku.
Reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the true purpose of the article. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was time to be released at the same time as Aquaman.
Sam res, svetniški si, ne me basat. Ti si res tako enciklopedija.
With her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU.
Nagražno, res. Pa res petek. Jaz sem danes nimam planov in razen da bom suši jedla.
That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense of Mr. Depp's. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard knew the allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So actual malice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister.
Very true.
Every other witness who traveled to Virginia for her was a paid expert.
Yeah, noben
This is a
je ni
woman who
podporil.
burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her.
Ja, very true. Kam pa zdaj gledaš, Amber? Kje imaš frende?
They're all on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Aha,
So he doubled
jezna
down
je in
on
zdaj
the whole
piše.
that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keaton Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alejandro Romero, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight. None of those people are on his payroll. Kate Moss is most definitely not on Mr. Depp's payroll.
Definitely.
Ms.
Good
Heard
point.
wants you to believe that all these people are lying. Let's talk about the Boston plane. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is from the Boston plane flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed...
Ne moremo gledati niti kapije, tako.
Mr. Depp moaning in distress? That's what she chose to record. What sort of person records something like that?
Amber Third!
What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with sobriety, nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What sort of person does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely, utterly inconsistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. And she told a story about how Officer Sadanaga's She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Ms. Heard's
Ta v zeleni majici sam tipka vse, kar govorijo.
because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard.
Ja, ko se smeji, ja, prav nagravžno, res. Non-stop.
And this was a woman that in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her.
Yeah, he
had
did.
been with her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away and to not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later.
Ali lahko še nekaj tako povem, kar jaz razmišljam. Predstavljaj si, da si kot Amber dejansko žrtev. Da te je nekdo 5 let tepel, zlorabljal, manipuliral. Predstavljaj si, da bi bila Amber žrtev in pa je prejš na sodišče in te zabija cel svet, cel internet, noben ti ne verjame, vsi obožujejo njega, ne tebe. Da bi on vse lagal in da bi se ona tako obnašala, kot se obnaša, je fucking nemogoče. Že zdaj, ko to posluša, bi bila ona podrta, potrta, ne mogla verjeti, da se ji to dogaja, svet bi se ji podiral, da ji ne verjamejo, ampak verjamejo. To bi bilo zelo drugačna reakcija, kot je ona daje. Vse, kar ona daje, je ponos in defense. Ker je pač fucked up.
And that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around.
Exactly.
And text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative
Rezultat verjeten v tork.
The face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos. Just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse. And Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse.
Jaz sem tudi risati, ker sem jezna. Ne se ne.
It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back. 6 years ago when she took it away. while you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much.
Yes, to povejte, dokažite, dajte ji kazen, ker ni... Kako sta cute, dvalaj, no. No, kaj je, kdo bo, Elaine? Ne, kdo bo?
How about that? Yes.
Rottenborn prihaja. Zadnjih 6 minut ima. Set third. Zadnjih 6 minut ima Rotten, se lahko to rečem. Rotten ima še 6 minut. Kaj boš povedal? Gnilo rojeni, ja veš. Če bi on realno tepil in vse, kar je govorila, bi imela ona zdaj tok travm, da bi kome to poslušala, točno to, ja.
You heard Mr. Depp's attorneys address none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. None of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who were on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. For example, Josh Drew, Rocky Pennington, Liz Mars, who were all there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no one showed up for her. No one showed up for her, but then they say that these people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then
20-53 mora nehati govoriti.
Suggest are lying for her. Why would they be corroborating everything that she says? It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, emotional, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. You can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Vasquez just changed their theory after 6 weeks. She said,
Amber ima otroka, jaz samo ni ga ona rodila, je pa njenja.
It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what Dr. Hughes said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, because they know that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. The evidence shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all, all-purpose statement that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false. But that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. The evidence shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was, and their witnesses even, who claim that Mr. Depp abused her. Ms. Vasquez talked
Meni on tako šipko govori. On ne verjame svojemu primeru pač.
Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. And as Mr. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted with actual malice when he made these statements. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood Mr. Depp's attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. Heard was filed, his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together and decided to plant statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in the spring of 2020, leading up to the UK trial. You've heard Amber and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic, talk about the impact to Amber's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunities because of the negativity.
Če ste videli kakšne posnetke, koliko se jo Jason Momoa izogiba, ki je bil Aquaman.
Amber Heard on the stand yesterday, telling you exactly what she has experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation.
Yeah, studios like her, yeah.
That promise,
What?
to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, Ms. Heard's damages expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path out of it, he decided to make that promise. He decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions.
Ta tip sam sebi ne verjame, prav slišiš ga.
Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere.
Prav nič ne naredi.
Stand up for the freedom of speech, the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life back.
Ne bi, hvala. Ne rabam. Bravo, aj čau, postrgaj se dol.
Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant.
Da vidimo, kaj bo
In
zdaj.
order to reach a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do
Vsi se morajo
in the jury
strinjati.
room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. Do you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment? Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her views and change his or her opinion if convinced.
Okay, glavna stvar, ki jo jaz zdaj razumem, je to, da se morajo vsi strinjati. Vsi se morajo strinjati. Ni to, da večina za nekoga, večina za nekoga. Vsi se morajo strinjati.
Returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have a laptop, and that laptop will have just two files on it, and Deputy Lisa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to hear and watch those as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have two sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when you have these verdict forms, the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately. Okay, so when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately.
Okay, pač porota ima zdaj ful dela, da se med sabo posvetuje, da se vsak zase razmisli, da se uskladijo, vsi morajo imeti isto verdikcijo, vsi morajo se strinjati. to tako deluje, da pač ja, če se ene strinja, ga je treba prepričati. Ker mislim, da je en vodilen v poroti, ki pač tu bolj ureja, ali kva se kva. Koliko je Johnny vsem, če zgubi case, bo pač žal ti znar, ki ga mora dati, ampak on je svoj point dosegel, bla, bla, ker ga cel svet kot dobrega. To se delno strinjam, delno pa on po mojem nima preveč denarja trenutno, ker ga je ona že čist zjebala.
Say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3. You obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5. Okay, so that will be for all of them. And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that. Okay. All right. Now, for the tough part, you may remember at the beginning of this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates. Okay. We still have 2 alternates left. And the numbers were placed in the envelope from the very beginning of the case. So let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks on end here. And I know I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court, not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case at this time, and you're still under your oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. Ok, zdaj razlaga, da poleg 7 članov poroke so bili še 4 dodatni, zdaj so samo še 2 dodatna. To pomeni, da če se kaj do konca sojenja, do konca izide zgodi, komu od teh 7 glavnih porotnikov jih še vedno lahko zamenjata une 2 stranska rezerve. All right. So at this time, those jurors are excused, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations. Okay? So thank you all. Okay. Porota gre zdaj razglabljati in to je to za danes. In zdaj očitno danes ne bo nič, saj ne dovedel, ne vem. Zdaj porota odhaja in zdaj se morajo oni odločiti do torka, predvidevam. Ali kva. Zamrznali so. Ok, a smo vsi isto štekali? Se pravi, porota je zdaj dobila vse informacije, laptope in se morajo odločiti. In strinjati za isto odločitev. To bo pa predvidevam do torka. Ah, ne vem zdaj trukirati, no. Ups. Ja, verjetno ne bodo danes. Ja, ne, verjetno ne. I guess it will... Thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the deputies in the sheriff's department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star, okay? So...
Oh, kako cute! Judy, she's a rock star. To je nas sodnica, ali kva? Kva govori?
That is one thing on which Ms. Brennerhoffton, we respectfully agree. Completely agree. We'll get it.
Respectfully disagree, kot bi reč. Kako cute. Jo, Ben. Kaj je zdaj? A zdaj to? Ja, v Ritleze, exactly. Pa se tlesko sem to to počnejo. Stari moji, mladi, mi smo danes 6 fucking ur pa pol streamali. 6 ur pa pol! The fuck? To je bil danes moj dan, sploh ne vem. Jaz sem mislila iti na pohorje in zdaj sem 6 ur pa pol streamali. Ej, a je to konc zdaj? Ja, zgleda tako. A kva? I guess. Johnny. Kakšen break? To ni break, a? Jaz sem sam 5 ur gledal. Oh my god. Ulet na svičkarijo v nov mest. A to je danes. Danes so posod ene veselice, pa to sam danes. Jutr mogoče kaj počnem danes, ne. Long story short, Drejček ne bo šlo, imaš pa na mojemu kanalu video, ki čisto vse povem. Tako da, sej kratek moj 20 minut. Aha, cvičkarije je cel vikend. Ok, bom našim rekla, čeprav jutro imamo tle eno poslovilko, ki kolegica se odsel, pa se pa še jaz odselam, pa ja. Sem želela nazaj, kdo je zmagal, noben še. Zdaj se mora porota posvetovati. When the jury is back. Sami da vidim, pa tle folk komentiram. Thank you guys for this chat. We had fun. So many comments. Aww, kako je cute, se v chatu tle med sabo pogovarjajo. Kako dobro. Elaine je čisto vsakič pozabila vključiti mikrofona. In zdaj na koncu je nekaj vrit lezla, pa noben ni slišal, pa je pa Ben na koncu sam lepo vključil mikrofon, brzdaj pa smo sam njega slišali. Thank you guys for this chat. Lahko kdo pove, is this... Zakaj imajo vsi samo vprašanje, pa noben nima odgovorov? Jaz mislim iskreno, da obstaja opcija, da se danes to še kaj... Jaz mislim, da obstaja opcija, da se stream še nadaljuje, mogoče samo v smislu, da rečejo, da ne bo dansa, veš, pač zdaj mi je betle za brezveze čakati, ker ne vem, kva bo. Just one thing. Ko sem je dal 6 ur pa pol streamat, pač ne vem. It just happened. Zakaj noben ne ve? Guys, the verdict will be whenever the jury gets done deliberating. That could be today or a week from... A veste kva je? A vidite tale komentar. Guys, the verdict will be whenever the jury gets done deliberating. That could be today or a week from today. Tako da basically pojma nimamo, kdaj bo. Oni lahko zdaj le čudežno pridejo nazaj pa rečejo, da so se odločili, lahko bo pa to v torek, ker mislim, da mi je dala časa do torka. Tako da pojma nimamo, dragi moji. Pojma nimamo. In nima smisla, da jaz le čakam, logično. Tako da zaključujemo ta stream. Hvala vam vsem, ki ste gledali, fucking amazing. Ampak tebe gledati, ki streamaš je full lover, ba fucking cute. Jaz moram nehat klet. Vsem, poleg tega vsem, ki ste gledali, ker je awesome, pa moram več streamati, resno moram. Samo morate mi pisati predloge, kaj bomo skup streamali. Poleg vas freaking The Botfather, pač, to je nerealno. Ok. Špela Šibenik, welcome to Aliens. Pač ne moram verjeti. Ti vi ne veste, kako je zame to šoka, veš, da delaš nekaj z veseljem in pa ti tako uleti od 70 €, pač je fucking awesome. Res, res. I fucking appreciate it. Zdaj moram nehat klet. V glavnem, ljubčki moji. Jaz odhajam, ker moram jesti pa telovati pa jesti. Hvala, ki ste bili z mano. Se gledamo, upam, da čim prej spet na kakšnem streamu, mogoče v torek, ko bojo povedali, kdo je zmagal. Da nam zdaj čakali cel vikend tle, veš, tako. Ok, nič, dragi moji. Končujem, rada vas imam. Sem zgledala, da kihala, ljubčki. Bye, bye. Ok, še nekdo. Blux, welcome to Alien Club. Zdaj pa jaz šibam. Čau. Končaj.